Mon Parlement.
My planet.
My Parliament. My planet.
Notre devenir.
IPU, 135 years of democracy for everyone. The IPU was founded on 30th June 1889 by a small group of visionary parliamentarians who believed that parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy were a better way of settling differences than war.
La vision des pères fondateurs de l'institution est un monde épris de paix à la suite de dialogues entre des pays et des parties en conflit en vue de la coexistence pacifique des peuples.
My Parliament. My planet.
As we celebrate our 135th anniversary this year on 30th June, our founders will be proud to see that the IPU has grown into a thriving global organization, the Parliament of Parliaments, composed of 180 national parliaments open to all 46,000 parliamentarians in the world.
IPU, 135 years of building hope.
135 years of connection, cooperation, and common prosperity.
Common understanding and solidarity.
IPU, 135 years of building trust between parliamentarians.
Toujours une volonté de trouver une solution, d'aller de l'avant.
Finding common solutions.
بناء الجسور.
Compañerismo.
Solidarity for the peace and security.
Of empowering young parliamentarians.
135 years of promoting democracy.
Peace.
Women's rights.
Giving shape to the voice of humanity.
135 years of pushing and paving way for gender equality in politics.
Building bridges between people.
Anticiper l'avenir.
The Inter-Parliamentary Union, 135 years of enduring dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy.
Happy International Day of Parliamentarism.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. Before we begin our meeting, I would request that those of you who would like to take the floor, please fill in the forms that are available. Please fill in the forms that are available in the room, and let's have them here, and we will begin our meeting in the next few minutes.
Mon Parlement,
My planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
notre devenir.
IPU, 135 years of democracy for everyone. The IPU was founded on 30th June 1889 by a small group of visionary parliamentarians who believed that parliamentary dialogue
those of you
and
who are
diplomacy
just joining
were
us
a
now,
better way
please
of settling
fill
differences
in the
than
forms to be able to given a chance to address us on the emergency item. Please fill in the forms that are in the room.
Composed of 180 national parliaments, open to all 46,000 parliamentarians in the world.
IPU, 135 years of building hope.
135 years of connection, cooperation, and common prosperity.
Common understanding and solidarity.
IPU, 135 years of building trust between parliamentarians.
Toujours une volonté de trouver une solution, d'aller de l'avant.
Finding common solutions.
بناء الجسور.
Compañerismo. Solidarity for the peace and security.
Of empowering young parliamentarians.
135 years of promoting democracy.
Peace.
Women's rights.
Giving shape to the voice of humanity.
135 years of pushing and paving way for gender equality in politics.
Building bridges between people.
Anticiper l'avenir.
The Inter-Parliamentary Union, 135 years of enduring dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy.
Happy International Day of Parliamentarism.
Colleagues, we can start now so that we don't lose much of the precious time that we have. I would like to declare open the debate on the emergency item that was included or is included in our agenda this morning, which is entitled Response by Parliamentarians to the Urgent Plea by the United Nations Secretary General to recommit to multilateralism for global peace, justice, and sustainability. How we are going to do our debate, we had 75 minutes, but now our minutes have been, reduced because we are starting a little late, so we will have 60 minutes. The list of speakers is being compiled now as we receive your requests to take the floor. So we will be following the list as the requests are received, and so that we give a chance to as more people as possible, we will be giving you 4 minutes to address the Assembly on this matter. And that said, you will be informed that your time is up, and when your time is up, please adhere to the call to stop. But at the same time, we have to note you will speak from your seats. You will not come in front, and that should save us more time. That said, when we are done with all of you who are requesting for the floor, we will then give the floor to the co-author of this item or this motion from the United Kingdom. Karen will address us, Karen Bradley. So that said, the list as it comes, we have the first person who is going to address us is Ukraine, Lesia Vasilenko. You have 4 minutes to address us. You will be followed by Thailand. Kanavi will address us. Lesia, you have the floor. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry, press again, Lesia. Lesia, press again the request. Okay, it's here now.
Okay.
All right.
Now it's working. So thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. The draft resolution we are discussing today contains points that are relevant pretty much to every country in the world. The text may seem quite broad at first, but the thing is, our whole planet has become ignited with wars and conflicts all over the place. The UN as an institution has not failed yet, but is in the process of failing us all, slowly and painfully. While the Secretary General expresses deep concerns over climate change, the crisis in Sudan, Gaza and the Middle East, Myanmar and Russia's aggression against Ukraine, people are dying in all these places. Mothers are giving birth under missile showers, and babies leave this world without barely taking one breath in the refugee camps they are born in. Schools and hospitals are not built but destroyed, and technology is being developed not to prolong human life, but to take it as quickly as possible, wiping out and exterminating whole nations. And all this time, the one organization that is meant to prevent all this misery and tragedy sits paralyzed. On the Security Council, the representation is not broad enough. Some continents are missing from the list of permanent members, and this is simply not right in the modern world that we live in. African countries deserve standing, and so do GRULAC states, and so does India and Japan for that matter. On the Security Council, one country holds veto power while being the biggest aggressor in the world. Russia wages illegal, unprovoked war against Ukraine for the last decade. Over 10 years, since 2014, Russia has been escalating its aggression, not stopped once. In 2022, this aggression has turned into an all-out war against my people. And the people of Ukraine suffer every day. Children get stolen and abducted from their families. They are taken to a foreign land where their culture and ethnic identity is completely wiped out. Prisoners of war are returned looking worse than Holocaust survivors. and that is if they come back at all, and war crime after war crime is being committed, while UN organizations and the ICRC have no access to Russian prisons and war camps to even barely monitor the situation. The people in Africa and Asia suffer too. Propaganda and foreign military interference, such as that of the Wagner Group, for example, is felt in all the places of ignited conflicts that are mentioned in this draft resolution. The world of today is simply not right. And it is up to us, parliamentarians, through our efforts, our engagements, our discussions, to make the world right and to make the UN work again like the institution it was first enshrined to be and developed to be, to prevent conflicts, to prevent wars, and to prevent aggressions, not to just sit and watch as wars and aggressions develop all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ukraine. Once again, we have fewer forms before we close the list. Please send in your request to speak. Now we will give the floor to Thailand, will be followed by the Russian Federation, Mr. Konstantin Kosachev. Thailand, you have the floor.
Yep. Madam President, my dear colleagues, first, Thailand must congratulate and welcome the successful voting of the emergency item yesterday. It was indeed a good sign of hope and the right way forward for this organization to move ahead with reviving multilateralism. Thailand reaffirms our support for a rule-based multilateral system with the United Nations as the world's principal platform to promote global peace, security, and stability, and welcome the adoption of the path for the future at the recently held Summit of the Future to ensure that the multilateral system is fit for the purpose and adaptable to the evolving challenges of our times. We also believe that to maintain its relevance, the UN must undertake comprehensive reforms, including that of the Security Council. Amidst the ongoing armed conflict situation in various flashpoints across the globe today, we are saddened that thousands of innocent civilians, particularly women and children, have been killed and injured, including many Thai nationals. And that is why we gave all of our votes to the GULAG and 12+ proposal. Thailand therefore urge all the parties to respect and fulfill their obligation under international humanitarian law, that the protection of the innocent life and civilian must be prioritized at all times. It is also critical that the fighting cease in order for much needed humanitarian assistance to safely and effectively reach all affected people. We appeal to all sides to continue their support to UN humanitarian agencies to carry out its mandates to access those in need, and also call for the protection of the UN aid staff as well as UN premises, hospital, and public buildings. Apart from escalating violence and worsening humanitarian situation in different parts of the world, including Ukraine, Gaza, and in our own neighborhood, Thailand has also been directly affected by the spillover effect of the situation in Myanmar. We believe that peace and stability in Myanmar must be achieved through Myanmar-led and Myanmar-owned solution. That is why we are engaging with all sides and will continue to work closely with ASEAN and the international community. Looking at the situation in Myanmar, we have seen that after the military coup on the 1st of February 2021, we have seen that more than 18 million people affected by the situation inside Myanmar. More than 3 million people have been displaced internally. More than 1 million people from Rakhine State, Rohingya, had crossed the border into Bangladesh and seek asylum there. And more than 100,000 of refugees crossed the border into Thailand. We urge for all the parties to take a close look at the situation in Myanmar. We have to stop this indiscriminate strike and also the airstrike in Myanmar. To conclude, Madam President, Thailand wishes to underline the critical importance of the multilateralism and the need of genuine dialogue to reach a mutually agreed peaceful solution to the situation in Ukraine, the Middle East, and Myanmar. Whatever the challenges may be, it is imperative that multilateral, inter-regional and regional efforts must be reinforced to sustain and strengthen international peace and security, as Thailand will do its part in our collective efforts. With the convening power, the IPU is the best position to mobilize the support from member parliaments to take the necessary step to come together and take effective decisions in finding multilateral solutions together to rebuild trust and solidarity and strengthen global governance through parliamentary diplomacy and to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Thailand. Colleagues, we are left with one intervention, and that is Russia Federation. Mr. Kosachev Konstantin will take the floor. Is it working now? Please press again the request. Hold on, hold on. Can you try now?
Oh, yes, now.
Okay,
thank you, Madam President, for your assistance. Dear colleagues, what's going on here is shameful for our union and for our assembly. Check the attendance. We are discussing some emergency item. You don't have people here. And you have just 3 contributions on your list of speakers. The item is not hot enough for the Assembly. It's not hot enough for the Union. This is my first comment. I feel sorry about that. Secondly, I believe it's a very bad manner to allow delegations to present their motions as late as 1 or 2 days in advance to the final decision. We need to change our rules of procedure and set a deadline. Let's say the motions would be presented before the assembly starts, so that geopolitical group and national delegations have an opportunity to discuss properly the content of the motions, which is not the case now. Thirdly, we have Rule 11 of our union about the emergency items. I quote, "An emergency item must relate to a recent major situation of international concern on which urgent action by the international community is required." This is not the case. Of course, we have so many conflicts and problems in the world to be discussed at our union, but nothing of this has happened recently. So this is not in accordance to our rules of procedure, and I believe that there should be some threshold, let's say within the executive committee, for example, evaluating the accordance of the initiatives to the content of our rules of procedure. Now about this initiative. You know, so many things here are added by 12+, by countries who initiated this motion, which were never presented in this format by the Secretary General. It's much broader. It's a position on so many important issues by a certain group of countries, namely 12+. And they propose to all of us in just 30 minutes here, and then some another minutes in the editorial committee, to take position on that. And what they are going to achieve? They want to force us to immediately, without any further consideration, give our joint support as the union to certain positions which are moved forward by the political group 12+. We have so many other important issues which are prepared here in the union carefully within 1 year time. Proper discussions, amendments whatsoever. And it's the only possible approach. And now suddenly we have something extremely serious to be discussed and improved here as an emergency item. It is not fair. I call this cheat. I call this cheating with the union. And I feel so much sorry about that, because this is really important and serious issues which are inside of this document. But the wording needs very proper checking. And if we are not able to do that, we should not go ahead and take it as our emergency debate. I understand perfectly well that it's too late, that the decision was taken yesterday. Imagine for a second we had some other emergency item. You would have had absolutely different appearance here. You would have had here absolutely other number of contributions for this discussion. But we are now in the arms of the geopolitical group 12+, and they want to receive this support of the whole union on a certain document which I believe deserves much better attention than we have the possibility now. So I am absolutely sure that at least my delegation will not be able to support this document, not because we disagree with something, probably we will be able to agree, but because we don't have time to take our position on such a serious document. It's not fair towards the Assembly and towards the Union from the 12+ group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, on the comment about the rules, colleagues, you will remember we are still working on the amendment of our statutes and rules. So you're always welcome to give your opinion about the change of rules that you have just said, and then they will be looked into. We will now hear from Finland. Madam Ann Kalmari from Finland. Please place the request, and then I will allow you to speak. Finland?
Okay. Madam, I would say first of all a few words of United Nations. Finland has raised up the issue of permanent representation of Latin America and Africa in the Security Council and on a top place in Asia. No state should have the right to veto. In addition, if a member of the Security Council violates the United Nations Charter, they shouldn't have the right to vote. We all see that there must be changes in United Nations, even radical. When I was young, I was afraid to wake up my father, because 1 second he was ready to take a rifle and defend Finland's border. His 3 brothers died in the war, and my father got eternal traumas. The war against the Soviet Union demands an expensive ransom, but we won independence. Dear colleagues, United Nations should prevent that kind of wars nowadays, but it hasn't succeeded. It should be capable to stop that kind of wars, but it hasn't succeeded. So there must be even radical changes in United Nations work. Regarding IPU, I see we should have clear rules for advancing peace. For example, about the task force, first of all, there has to be invitation, then permit to mandate, then financing, and then reporting. That's crystal clear steps for advance to peace. I think parliamentarians should be one of the major causes, like others, within United Nations structure as well, and the role of women should be stronger. I ask you move your thoughts to Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, Nigeria, Myanmar, or for example, your own country. The one who has a child in her arms has only one goal. That child should be able to eat his or her portion of porridge in safety, without fear, trusting that in the future the child could live in peaceful world and study world where exists peace. Dear colleagues, I think we must think about the rules, think about the effectiveness and transparency of all our organizations, so we would be more successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, the list of speakers who had requested to take the floor is exhausted. So we are now going to listen from Karen Bradley, the co-author of our motion from the United Kingdom. But she can come to the floor, I think. Karen, if you wish, you could come to the podium because you are the co-author of the motion. Okay, she's coming to the podium. While she's coming down, colleagues, I would like to remind all the geopolitical groups to submit the names of those that they would like to join the drafting committee, because before we close here, we would need those names. It will be easier for everybody. Otherwise, by 12 noon, we should have those names. But if you are able to give us those names, we will appreciate. Karen Bradley, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you, Assembly, for your support and the perhaps unusually short debate, particularly those respectful contributions on the substance of the item. Perhaps the length of the debate shows the very broad support and the largely agreed text. The UK is proud to have worked with our fellow IPU founder, France, in this, the IPU's 135th anniversary, to develop a text that you, the IPU's members, voted to be your emergency item. Tangible evidence of our mission of democracy for everyone. Here at the 149th IPU Assembly, we are reminded of the urgent challenges highlighted by the UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres. His address should be a wake-up call, urging us to confront deepening divides, widening inequalities, and crises that threaten our societies and planet. From the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East, to the climate emergency and financial struggles in developing nations, these multifaceted crises are interconnected and require our immediate attention. They disproportionately impact the most vulnerable amongst us and undermine global stability. As parliamentarians, we have a unique opportunity to legislate for social equity, environmental sustainability, and economic resilience. It is our duty to support policies that protect those most at risk and ensure that no one is left behind in these uncertain times. The UN Secretary-General rightly points out that geopolitical tensions hinder progress. We cannot afford to be gridlocked by dysfunction. We must rise above political divisions and engage in meaningful dialogue. True international cooperation requires setting aside differences to pursue shared goals. We must advocate for multilateral frameworks that foster collaboration and build trust among nations, just as the founders of the IPU did 135 years ago. We heard some excellent contributions. Thailand spoke passionately about the situation in Myanmar and Yemen. The situation in Ukraine that our friend from Ukraine spoke about exemplifies the need for international solidarity. We must support Ukraine's sovereignty while advocating for a complete Russian withdrawal to create conditions for lasting peace. This crisis affects not only Ukraine, but also global markets and international stability. Our collective response must restore peace and seek a just resolution. Similarly, the Middle East crisis demands our unified response. The escalating violence and humanitarian needs threaten countless lives. We have a moral obligation to promote peace, support diplomatic efforts for de-escalation, and ensure humanitarian aid reaches those in need. Lasting peace requires courage, collaboration, and a commitment to justice for all, including a diplomatic, long-lasting and sustainable solution which protects the future for all in the region. And let us not forget the innocent victims, children caught in conflict. We must advocate for their rights, ensuring legislation protects them from violence and exploitation. It is our duty to prioritise initiatives that allow children not just to survive, but to thrive. And this was, of course, the focus of the excellent emergency item proposed by Argentina, which we were proud to support. Restoring trust in our institutions is critical. The erosion of public confidence in democracy and international law is alarming, and Finland spoke about the role that the UN must play to address this. We must ensure transparency and accountability in our decision-making processes and engage our constituents in guiding our actions. The challenges we face are daunting, but together we have the power to forge a brighter future. Let us commit to building a coalition of the world, prioritising dialogue, cooperation and collective action. The time to act is now. Let us work together, hand in hand, for humanity as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Colleagues, I had just mentioned to you the requirements that each geopolitical group brings us 2 names in order to comply with our Rule 16 of the composition of the drafting committee, which says, and I quote, the drafting committee shall take into account equitable geographical distribution and political and gender balance. So let's have the names of those from the drafting committee. We have so far received only from GRULAC, so we are waiting the names from the other groupings. Please do that by 12 noon today. The members of the drafting committee are requested to note those who will be nominated by the geopolitical groups. They are being reminded that they will be in the meeting of the drafting committee from 2:30 to 6:30 p.m. in Salle Geneva on the annex building. So please be there. Once you're nominated at 2:30, be there, and the meeting will be up to 6:30 in that building. Now, that said, we have closed our item with those few words. We will be waiting for the names. Now that said, we will go back to our general debate. So for now, we adjourn our debate about this, and then we go to the general debate. The lists, the speakers are ready there, but I don't have their. Can I have their names so that? Where is the name? Okay, so we will have our colleague from Angola who is going to chair this session, who is going to be the Vice President of the Assembly. At the same time, we are going to have this Ms. Sedefeld from Sweden, who is going to take the floor now. Please, Chair, come, and our colleague from Sweden begins. Thank you.
Madam Chair, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I will start to say that I am convinced that we parliamentarians from north to south, from west to east, wrestle with the immense potential as well as the many perils of AI. How can we enact legislation that welcomes innovation, technological advances, and progress deriving from artificial intelligence, and at the same time put in place guardrails against disinformation and mass surveillance? Please allow me to share a few lessons learned from a small country up in the north with a strong record in some of these areas. My country, Sweden, ranks among the most innovative and high-tech on the planet. I will try to give you a few reasons why this is the case. A higher education system that succeeds in bringing out creative and innovative students is key. But it's only one part of the answer. A higher education system must thrive in a context. There is no definitive analysis, but I will mention 4 more explanations. First, strong institutional and stable macroeconomic conditions provide an important foundation for people's and companies' willingness to invest in knowledge and in their ideas. Second, a long history of equal and high-quality education for all. A well-educated population will access to good social and public service like healthcare, pension systems, social welfare. Thirdly, significant public investment in IT and knowledge infrastructure overall. Fourth, an open economy with well-functioning markets and market economy. Sweden is a country with a small domestic market and with extensive trade with the world around us. We have been open to international trade for not only decades, for centuries. And this has been foundations of our economy and will be so even more in the future. What I just said is true, but does not mean that Sweden lacks of challenges. Artificial intelligence is now the most challenged thing for us as it's new. Few, even if one, can predict what impact AI will be on our societies in 5 or 10 years, not even today when we have the meeting here today. Despite all these confusions, I believe it is safe to say that the potential impact of AI can have on all of us cannot be underestimated. AI has the potential of being a revolution. New jobs will be created, old jobs will disappear. The productivity and the development of our economies can be huge if we manage to take the control over AI and lead it in the right direction. And to do so, I believe that we as legislators, we have to use the tools that we can use to communicate, but also to make legislations. And I would say that we have to face and recognize in a lot of things, but here I would like to give you one concrete example. The tool could be the most effective for the police in search of suspects. And I don't mind if new technology is used to prevent crime or apprehend criminals. But what if the same technology is used by totalitarian regimes to track down on political opponents? Or if it's used to suppress free speech, access to internet, or freedom of movement for some groups, or on the civil society as a whole? AI is a double-edged sword. It can be used for both good and evil. But it must be in our mission as members of parliament to make sure that we create a framework where artificial intelligence is protected and not misused for shady or undemocratic purposes. For this reason, an international standard where all we all can agree on what AA can be used for and not used for is of really high importance. And I think that IPU is the right format to work further on this. But I would like to use my last seconds here, Madam Chair, to mention a few things. In IPU, we have Russia as an aggressor country who are attacking a member country, Ukraine. And in my belief, it's important that our activity forward goes on in a transparent way, and where there is the support that the President needs to act in the transparent way, and there need to be procedures how this communication between the aggressor and Ukraine can be fulfilled to work for peace, stability, and unity inside IPU and its member countries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigado, muito bom dia.
Thank you. Good morning. Now you have to hear me in Portuguese. Please, I'll give you some time to use your headsets. Now, Mr. Vaklovic from Slovenia has the floor. Slovenia, please.
Distinguished Madam Chair, dear colleagues, at a time when we are coping with climate change, economic challenges, and the global uncertainty, it is clear that the solution of this complex issue rely on our ability to collaborate and effectively harness science, technology, and innovation. Although overlooked, this segment of society is crucial in shaping the society of the future. I am therefore very pleased that the topic has been placed at the focus of this IPU assembly. Scientific research is essential as it enhances our understanding of natural processes and the impact of human activities on the environment, leading to the development of sustainable solutions. Technological advancements enable use to manage natural resources more efficiently and improve agriculture practices, contributing to food security and the preservation of ecosystems. Innovation also plays a critical role in promoting peace and security, a contribution that becomes even more valuable in an increasingly unstable world. Advancements in communication technologies, for instance, facilitate in the effective exchange of information and cooperation among scientists, policymakers, and civil society, accelerating the search of solutions to the global changes. By integrating science, technology, and innovations, we can build a more just, sustainable, and peaceful world for future generations. Slovenia places significant emphasis on technological progress. In 2022, we adopted the Slovenian Research and Innovation Strategy 2030, which outlines key priorities of development. Our focus in research and innovation is thus on promoting sustainable development in line with the 2030 agenda, with particular attention to green and digital transformations. In this regard, we prioritize research and areas such as the environment, agriculture, and food, digital transformation of the economy and society, and the improvement of quality of life and health. We are also committed to the sustainable management of energy, food, and water resources, and to transitioning to a circular economy. To this end, we will invest 3.2 billion euros by 2027. To support the above objectives, Slovenia has already implemented target measures such as supporting innovation cluster to enhance collaboration among research organizations, educational institutions and businesses, and funding 2 centers of excellence. In terms of international projects, I would like to highlight programs like Eurostars, Eureka, and the EIC Accelerator. These initiatives provide a financial support for research and innovation projects and encourage businesses to invest in these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, the path to a peaceful and sustainable future depends on our ability to turn knowledge into action. We must harness the power of science, place technology at the services of humanity, and foster innovation that benefits all. Parliamentarians play a crucial role in this endeavor, and I fully support debate about that, which I believe represents a significant step forward in our collective efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Murokian from Madam Murokian from Lithuania. Please, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here today with you. I'm glad to be able to address this important and relevant matter. Today, we are living in the age of science and new technologies and innovation. On a daily basis, we are needfully confronted with the use of artificial intelligence. However, one must recognize that the current changes are far from being merely technological. They are associated with social economic transformation and strategic reforms in key areas of public life and governance. The Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania has been increasingly acknowledging the transformative potential of artificial intelligence to enhance efficiency, effectiveness, and productivity across the fields of its operation. However, the transition from recognizing this potential to fully implementing artificial intelligence solutions is a complex process that presents both technical and ethical challenges. In the course of this process, the Office of our Parliament has adopted a cautious experimental approach. It has been exploiting artificial intelligence tools as prototypes in order to evaluate their practical accessibility before committing to full-scale deployment. Furthermore, the same follows closely a global process in parliamentary activities and has identified some potential in the following areas: enhancing legislative drafting and analysis, artificial intelligence tools and procedural guides for seamless session management, enhancing transparency and civic engagement, unlocking historical archives, boosting security and cybersecurity, operational efficiency, and resource management. Nevertheless, scientific progress, new technologies, and innovation go beyond national borders. We're witnessing disruptive efforts undertaken by destructive actors engaged in foreign information manipulation and interference, which continue to create a parallel reality of lies and sow chaos and distress, spread destructive influence worldwide, and interfere in our democratic processes. Hostile actors employed rapidly advancing artificial intelligence and other hybrid tools to build on existing information manipulation strategies and spread their lies, especially on social media platforms. This can be seen to translate into practice in Russia's war against Ukraine. Lithuania and other European countries have also been targets of such hybrid operation. Lithuania remains unquestionable in its position. The perpetrators should be clearly identified. Lithuania takes a comprehensive whole-of-society approach to monitoring, analyzing, and countering disinformation, involving not only state institutions, but also NGO, media, and business. These are more challenges to discuss. Artificial intelligence has the potential to fundamentally transform defense system, enable fast and more accurate identification of threats, and more efficient use of available resources. Artificial intelligence can significantly enhance country military capabilities, Today, in the context of Russian war against Ukraine and the crisis in the Middle East, we need to be particularly responsible in accessing the capabilities and limitations of new technologies. We parliamentarians must ensure that science, new technologies, and innovation do not become another challenge to global peace and security. Enhancing global peace and security through a rule-based multilateral framework is crucial for maintaining stability and preventing further destabilization. Therefore, we are prepared for the future that lies ahead of us. We have to recognize now the urgent need to reform multilateralism, to make it effective in addressing today's global realities, including threats posed by authoritarian regimes. Dėkoju už dėmesį. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada. Tem agora a palavra.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Malengo from Mozambique.
Respeitada.
Dear Chair of this session, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to join you in exploring together this theme of the 149th IPU Assembly, harnessing science, technology and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future, which I believe is of great importance to our strong and common desire for the peace we so long for. Predictability is one of the key reasons for the prestige of the science, technology and innovation in contemporary societies. The establishment of the scientific method has given the sciences the ability to predict phenomena, study their development, and manage the environment in which man lives. Although the future of humanity is linked to the progress of science and technology, it is not known how scientific and technological advances will be used for their own benefit, as they can be either positive, creative and innovative, or negative and destructive. It is recognized that technique in itself is ambivalent. Your Excellencies, in today's context, the answers to social, economic, environmental and other questions, even peace, come from technical scientific horizon. To obsoletize technology is to confuse the ends and the means. If technology has brought advances in the field of social communication, it is equally true that it has generated problems for bioethics, which must reflect on the issues of technical absolutism and the moral responsibility of the human being. This is the concept that leads us to eugenics. Technique as a whole, therefore, is like Achilles, which always hides its heel, since it can be mortally wounded by its inability to respond to the challenges of man's existential order, as well as all the problems in itself imposes in the course of its applicability. The positivity of technology, when well-oriented, is in relation to anthropological data, is that it contributes to the humanization of human beings and improves their quality of life. Look at the marvels wrought by the constant innovation of science and technology, for example, in the fields of health, human longevity, agriculture, fisheries, industry, shortening distances, exploitation, etc., etc. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have shared with you above necessarily leads me back to what Protagoras and Napoleon once said. The former said, "Man is the measure of all things." However, Napoleon said, "Politics is destiny." And today we can say that technology is destiny. In fact, things change at astronomical speed. In the very recent past, we were excited about ICT. information and communication technologies. Today, STI, science, technology, innovation, plus AI, artificial intelligence, are attracting us all, especially those of us in the field of science and technology. To ensure that no one is left behind, societies like mine in a poor and developing country must know how to invest in education and capacity building. In this regard, a Portuguese used to say, "A cultural people knows how to defend itself." Excellencies, the evolution of technology requires our governments to continually improve legislation on the subject so that it can be a driving force in the process of inclusive socio-economic development. As legislators, it is our role to monitor the implementation of these laws. In this exercise, it is important not to canonize or demonize in order to avoid both technophilia and technophobia. Mozambique recently approved a new science, technology and innovation policy. And now, just one comment concerning the sad episode before yesterday during the Council. I'm encouraged myself, our President, Tulia Axen, dear sister, two reminders. First of all, the more is the boat, the biggest is the storm. And if you only throw stones to a tree which is strong, so you can count on solidarity. God bless you, dear President of the IPU, Tulia Axen. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra o...
Thank you very much. Mr. Vala from Hungary has the floor. It will be followed by Mr. Adid from Palestine.
Madam President, dear colleagues, the world today is undergoing unprecedented technological development, and it's a huge challenge for mankind to keep us with the unique pace of development. Artificial intelligence is defended by some and criticized by others, but everyone is talking about it. It raises hopes that concerns not only in the European Union, but also globally. In Hungary, there is no specific legislation on artificial intelligence, and the primary reason is that in the March 2024, the European Parliament adopted the Artificial Intelligence Act, the European Union's first comprehensive global regulation on artificial intelligence. In recent decades, the importance of research, development and innovation has increased in Hungary, as it has a huge impact on the competitiveness of the economy and on socio-economic development. Every year, Hungary spends more on research, development and innovation. In nominal terms, funding tripled in the past 10 years. Key measures of Hungary have included the renewal of higher education institutions and the strengthening of technology transfer, with the goal to establish an increasing number of the technology companies and or universities. We are proud that Hungary's scientific, technological and innovation achievements are also understanding in the global context. Hungary is currently ranked 33rd in the 2023 Global Innovation Index. We Hungarians are understandably proud of the high number of the Nobel Prize winners and the proven global value Hungarian intellectual capital. As an outstanding example of the international recognition of the Hungarian science, in 2023, research biologists Katalin Karikó was awarded the Nobel Prize for the Medicine for her work in the scientific foundation of the mRNA vaccines. She is the 60th Hungarian Nobel laureate and first Hungarian woman to receive the prestigious award. At the same time, Ferenc Krausz was awarded the Nobel Prize in the physics for the foundation of attosecond physics. At the same time, Ferenc Krausz was awarded the Nobel Prize in the physics for the foundation of attosecond physics. In July 2024, Botond Roska, director of the Institute of the Molecular and Clinical Ophthalmology in Basel and co-founder of the Brain Vision Center in Budapest, was awarded the Wolf Prize for Medicine for his significant research achievement in restoring sight to blind people using autogenetic means. The Hungarian government is committed to its strategy supporting science, technology and innovation and places specially focus on the potential of international cooperation in these fields. Our strategic goals is the internationalization of Hungarian research and innovation ecosystem. Honorable MPs, national parliaments cannot simply stand by and watch the change taking place around us, as technical progress will suddenly grow beyond any regulatory framework. Immediate action and also essential because the changes present may potential dangers and risks, and governments need to respond in time, ensure we do not lose our ability to adapt. Such risks include technological inequality, misinformation, and the spreading of false information, which undermine public trust in government institutions and pose dangerous risks to public safety. The malignant use for technology undermines human rights, and the governments must prove a safe, non-discriminatory, and evidence-based environment for all. This includes a safe online space to eliminate the possibility of online harassment and the cyber attacks, and particularly gender-based one. And we need to pay more attention to how we affect the marginalized and vulnerable groups. And it's very important that beside the digital development, we can preserve our traditions and national identity. We are aware that we need to work together to ensure that the emerging digital revolution mostly produces winners and not losers of our planet. As lawmakers in our national parliaments, we must work together through the excellent multilateral platform by the IPU to minimize the technological divide and create a level playing field of voters and all inhabitants of the earth. Thank you for your kind attention.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Hadid from Palestine will be followed by Mr. Ejadi from Egypt. Palestine and then Egypt, please.
السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, a year of displacement, assassinations, and destruction, a year that is like no other that my country and my people have known, a year in which each minute is worse than the last one, a year in which we have had panoramas of death and bloodshed, a year in which there has been no conscience. The world does not seem interested in what millions of my fellow citizens have been suffering without any safety, without any food for our children. And this is for no cause other than the fact of our being Palestinian. The defenders of democracy seem to have given Israel leeway for destruction and have said nothing in the face of these crimes. A year ago, we asked you to bring an end to this criminal folly of Israel's when victims were left with no chances. Here we are today when the number of deaths is over 40,000 and there are 100,000 wounded. This is not just a matter of statistics. Every one of these people has a personality and a family, as well as a broken dream. The occupying entity is continuing to commit terrible crimes, taking full advantage of all of this blood and destruction. It is now extending its activities to Lebanon, and we don't know where they will go next. And regrettably, some are still discussing the whys and wherefores of what is going on. What's happening is genocide. How can Israel be talking about self-defense when it has killed over 16,000 children, over 11,000 women, Palestinians, children and women? We need to think about what the definition of terrorism might be. What is the definition of crimes against humanity if we are not witnessing them in Palestine? How would you define an attack on the prisons in our country? How would you describe the fact that these prisoners are dying? They are starving and they are dying. We are seeing the rape and suffering of our prisoners. What are we talking about here? This is a fascist regime that many are defending. It is not true that you can dilute freedoms in any way because of the use of force. Strength is not just a matter of military force. Real strength is the strength of those who would bring peace. And the real strength is that of our people who have never understood or accepted this occupation. It is the case that those who suffer will one day find the light of freedom. And what we are undergoing today is the life of all of those who aspire to freedom. And I tell you that the light of freedom will shine on Palestine one day. It will shine on our people. And at this darkest hour, we know that we will awaken to a much brighter, freer morning. We can resist, and we will not allow murderers to win. Thank you.
And now I give the floor to Mr. Morawski from Poland. Poland. I apologize, not Poland, says the chair. woman? Apologies from the chair. Mr. Jebali from Egypt. Mr. Jebali from Egypt. Apologies from the chair. Thank you.
President, dear colleagues, technological progress is undoubtedly the flywheel of the 21st century economy. It has prompted the emergence of new industries and new services that would have been hard to imagine just a decade ago. New technological advancements can also play a significant role in addressing climate change and natural disasters, which are becoming more severe and occurring with greater frequency. This is evidenced by recent events in Europe, which is simultaneously experiencing flooding and wildfires. Poland, the Czech Republic, Austria, Slovenia, Slovakia, and Hungary have faced catastrophic floods, while Portugal is battling unprecedented forest fires. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, rapid climate change is transforming poverty into misery, facing people to migrate on a large scale. This phenomenon of mass migration destabilizes the political situation in migrant destination countries. We must maximize the benefits of technological progress and artificial intelligence while minimizing potential harm. New technological solutions are already causing serious disruptions on the job market. They are caused by enterprises of the new economy, which are spectacularly successful as market disruptions, generating substantial profits for a small group of shareholders. However, this success frequently comes at the expense of old economy businesses, leading to job losses and contributing to the emergence of certain social challenges. The benefits of the new technologies are also rarely accessible to rural residents and society with disadvantaged groups. Another concern is the use of technology as a tool for manipulating and controlling public opinion. This primarily refers to advanced artificial intelligence tools, which are now capable of cloning human voices and generating hyper-realistic images, videos, and sounds within seconds. The use of these manipulated messages, known as deepfakes, poses a threat across various fields, including the fact that it undermines the integrity of democratic elections and, by extension, democracy itself. Disinformation is a troubling example of how technological progresses can sometimes hinder rather than contribute to the creation of a better and more peaceful future. It's driving growing social and political polarization worldwide, dehumanizing opponents and undermining the cooperation between parties that is essential for a stable democracy. Therefore, decisive action is needed to combat disinformation, including that amplified by artificial intelligence. We should combat deepfakes, including through legal measures. It's already being done in some countries. All of the above highlights the need to place democratic values at the heart of the technological transformation that we are witnessing and to ensure the preservation of social justice. It's necessary to harness the development of new technology and put them on the right track. Politicians have the tools to support technologies and solutions that will serve the global good. New technologies should be accessible to everyone, regardless of age, gender, origins, or financial position. In light of the concerns surrounding artificial intelligence, its rapid development, it is essential to establish universal ethical guidelines for AI to ensure the respect for human rights and civil liberties, drawing from regulation which already exists in some countries. Parliaments have a vital role in leveraging science, technology, and innovation to create a more peaceful and sustainable future. This is because some technologies, such as artificial intelligence, are entering a market where there is a legislative vacuum. The same applied to the development of drones, the internet, and social media. New solutions often greatly outspace legislation, resulting in regulation that, when they do emerge, merely legitimize an already established market situation. This benefits the companies driving the innovations, sometimes at the expense of citizens. Therefore, parliaments must closely monitor the development of new technologies to effectively address the challenges. We must be proactive, not reactive. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora...
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Gelabide from Egypt, to whom I give my apologies, and will be followed by Mr. Smith from New Zealand. Now, Egypt, please, you have the floor.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة رؤساء البرلمانات
Ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliaments, heads of delegations, it is a pleasure for me at the outset of my statement to say how proud I am to be here at this IPU assembly, at a forum that has been a high caliber parliamentary assembly for some years and has allowed for international exchange among parliamentarians. I'm sure you will all agree with me that the IPU has from the very start had to meet countless international challenges, those that we as humanity have had to face, and it has done what it can to defend international peace and security, as well as the values of parliamentary dialogue. The IPU has also tried to ensure that parliamentary dialogue can help to solve our differences. And we, in fact, this year are celebrating our 100th anniversary of joining the organization, and we are well aware of everything this organization has done in order to try to do what it can to deal with international problems. The Parliament of Egypt would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the commitment it made when it joined the IPU 100 years ago. We undertake to do everything we can in order to ensure that parliamentary dialogue takes place. We would also like to acknowledge that we have done what we have been able to in order to contribute to the vast number of activities of the IPU, and we will continue as in the past to defend the independence of our brothers in the Arab and African world, and we will continue to defend their causes, and we will first and foremost defend the Palestinian cause. This with a view to there being an independent Palestinian state within the borders of June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We will also do what we can to ensure a sustainable development in the interests of peace and security in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all very well aware of the central role that science plays. It helps us move forward and progress towards greater prosperity. There can be no prosperity without science and technology. The very history of humanity has shown us that. In this respect, the Inter-Parliamentary Union has always been interested in these subjects. There is a working group on science and technology, and that has prepared a charter on science and technology in order to ensure that science and technology are responsibly, ethically, and sustainably managed. This in order to ensure that science serves the goals of all of humanity. This is a charter that also shows that the IPU plays a frontline role in these areas. We must do what we can in our countries in order to ensure that we do what we can to make sure that there is international technological cooperation. We do consider research, science, and innovation to be of particular importance. Our National Development Plan 2030 has given a critical role to scientific research. This research is supposed to meet the needs of the Egyptian state. This is being done by our providing a legislative framework that will allow for investment and infrastructure. And we also want to have an integrated innovation framework that will allow us to translate knowledge into development and value. Ladies and gentlemen, in the light of the existential challenges we are all facing, we really must focus on the shared humanitarian responsibility we share. We must ensure that we continue to build on our knowledge and do so in a transparent fashion. This will allow us to ensure that we can work through science and make sure that we use science responsibility. And we have to ensure that science serves us and our countries. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Smith from New Zealand, followed by Mr. Kogina from Andorra.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Smith and I'm the Member of Parliament for Kaikoura, which is in the top of the South Island of New Zealand. Legislators possess the capacity to effect meaningful change. We can cultivate an environment conducive to peace and security through strengthening regional stability, promoting awareness of international commitments, meticulously examining proposed laws, and denouncing breaches of global statutes. New Zealand occupies a unique position as a prominent regional influencer in the Pacific, with a robust democratic system. Our commitment to constructing pathways to peace is deeply woven into our national identity. Science and technology are the enablers of better lives, reducing mundane tasks that our ancestors had to undertake just to survive. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is reshaping our world. Parliamentarians need to make the most of this opportunity to ensure it is used for the benefit of all citizens. How well we do this will determine our future. As noted in the recent UK growth study, demand for electricity will continue to rise as households switch to electric vehicles, heat pumps, along with the growth in energy-hungry data centres. To meet this need requires more reliable, affordable electricity generation. In New Zealand, we are blessed with renewable energy sources including hydro, geothermal, wind and solar, which generates up to 85% of our electricity. Our vibrant market-driven electricity sector is free from government subsidies. As the market builds more wind and solar generation capacity, it drives the need for additional reliable backup system for when the wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining. Natural gas will fill that role and enable New Zealand to be a part of the AI revolution. To meet this challenge requires reforms to planning laws to enable the growth in energy infrastructure to realise the economic growth and development opportunity. The energy security of countries is now intrinsically linked to economic performance, technological advancements, and security and social development. Legislators can and should drive this meaningful change by embracing the AI revolution. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra a senhora Codina, de Andorra.
Sorry, now MP from Andorra has the floor.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Madam President, dear colleagues, allow me please to share with you Andorra's experience in the digital transformation. Technology can serve the common good. In 2020, the government of Andorra adopted a national strategy on the digital transformation for 2020 to 2030. This includes specific objectives on digitalization, including incorporating technology into the daily lives of citizens, while at the same time guaranteeing respect for fundamental rights and values. We want to ensure that all members of society benefit from technology, and I refer particularly to women, young people, and vulnerable groups. To this end, we have launched training programs in digital skills. Furthermore, by expanding universal access to the internet, we actively reduce the digital divide and facilitate digital inclusion for all, regardless of socioeconomic origins. We have also implemented a framework for the protection of data and personal privacy. This is crucial in order to address long-term repercussions of decisions taken with regard to technology, particularly concerning artificial intelligence. For these reasons, Andorra has signed the Council of Europe Convention on Artificial Intelligence, and we are working to establish a national ethics framework for a responsible use of technology. Furthermore, we have implemented collaboration mechanisms between the public and private sectors, working in partnership with other countries. The future Forum of Digital Services that we're organizing next year will provide a platform to shore up regional cooperation and to facilitate exchange between parliaments, governments, civil society, the scientific community, and the private sector. Finally, in order to strike a balance between the fast arrival of artificial intelligence and the needs of regulation, we are developing flexible and adaptive policies. Also, the government of Andorra has approved an ethics code on artificial intelligence. This code puts forward clear recommendations to the public and private sectors and to the public at large. This code strives to ensure that the use of AI will be in a responsible manner, and also to ensure that this technology be used in a manner which is transparent, equitable, and respectful of fundamental rights. We firmly believe that progress in AI must go hand in hand with robust prevention measures against discrimination, violence, and misinformation. The upcoming years are going to be crucial in determining how digital technology can play a positive role in our societies. It is very important to promote ethics charters on the use of technology, and this at both a national and international level. These charters will help to establish shared standards and thus to build confidence among citizens, governments, and businesses, making it possible to ensure that technological progress is in tune with the values of our society. We think that the digital transformation can be a driver for progress and perhaps useful for building a more harmonious future for all. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra.
Thank you. Mr. Sabel from the UK, and then Mr. Ejira from Morocco. UK then.
I'm Alex Sobel. I'm the delegation leader for the United Kingdom delegation to this IPU assembly. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in history, one marked by rapid advancements in science, technology, and innovation. These forces are not only reshaping our societies, but also the very roles we, as parliamentarians, play in the political landscape. As we navigate this new terrain, it's essential to understand how STI impacts our responsibilities and the steps we must take globally to address these challenges effectively. The opening of my speech I just gave was not written by me or by any human writer, but by AI. The advances of science present both a challenge and opportunity for parliaments, as my opening showed. We face so many issues in this space. In the United Kingdom, we have in the last parliament established a government department for science, innovation, technology, and a corresponding select committee. First and foremost, science and technology have fundamentally changed the nature of decision-making in governance. In an age where information is abundant, our ability to analyse data and make informed decisions is paramount. Today we have access to sophisticated data analytics, research findings, and expert opinions that inform our policies. This allows us to craft legislation that is not only responsive, but also grounded in solid evidence. For instance, consider the ongoing discussions around climate change. The scientific consensus is clear, yet translating this into effective legislation requires understanding both science and the socio-economic factors at play. As parliamentarians, we must educate ourselves on these complexities to create policies that address the urgent needs of our environment while considering economic impacts on our communities. In the UK, our Department for Science, Innovation and Technology have 5 priorities. These are AI, engineering, biology, future telecommunications, semiconductors, and quantum technologies. The first stored program computer was invented at the University of Manchester in the UK, and Rosalind Franklin, James Watson, and Francis Crick discovered the structure of DNA, and Jocelyn Bell Burnell discovered the pulsar, both at the University of Cambridge. And in my own constituency, Bragg discovered the structure of crystals at the University of Leeds. On a more frivolous level, Faraday discovered carbonated water, making all the fizzy drinks that you now enjoy. The UK has a proud history of science and technological discovery, but we as nations face challenges, multiple challenges where science and technology form part of the solution, whether climate change, pandemics, global hunger, or education. The IPU is already making great strides in multilateral work on these issues, whether Parliamentarians for the Planet and the Climate Education Advisory Committee, or the work this Assembly has done on regulating AI and ensuring we have global standards, which was how we developed and have harnessed the internet through the use of global protocols, which will now be far more important with AI. AI is used not just in the business and public sphere, but is increasingly used in different aspects of defence, especially making weapons autonomous. As in previous generations, we have tried to regulate conflict, such as the Geneva Conventions or the Chemical Weapons Convention. The fast pace of progress of machine learning means that some of our conventions of human responsibility become moribund as autonomous systems take responsibility not just for targeting, but for hitting the kill switch. The AI singularity may emerge in combat first, leaving both the question of responsibility and that of the protection of human life beyond both legislators and regulation. Never mind the implications on human rights abuses. The 148th Assembly did groundbreaking work, and we should restate the call for a ban on fully autonomous weapons, regulation, education on this emerging danger for humanity. However, as we all know, the internet revolutionized our lives, but also came with challenges. The prevalence of misinformation, disinformation online can undermine public trust in our institutions. As parliamentarians, we must not only use these tools to communicate effectively, but also work to combat misinformation, ensuring that our constituents receive accurate information. We must legislate to ensure that information is fact-checked and that people are safe from harms online. We have passed legislation in the UK, which will be enacted next year, but is already looking like it needs to be updated due to technological advances. Biotechnology is an area where we have had regulation since the 1980s, with development of genetically modified plants. But now new novel foods such as cultured meat or precision fermentation require new regulation. These foods also provide a great opportunity to end world hunger, but we need a regulatory regime which means they can be safely developed, eaten and exported. Parliamentary oversight, cooperation and ensuring governments are delivering the correct regulatory regime for the welfare of people in society is absolutely paramount, and our role as parliamentarians is to ensure that our governments put people first ahead of any dangers technology may present. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, sir. Now, I give the floor to Mr. Hejira from Morocco and then Mr. Och from Cambodia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سيدة الرئيسة سيدات والسادة الرؤساء ورؤساء الوفود.
In the name of God, the merciful and the compassionate, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary General, on behalf of the Moroccan Parliament, I extend our warmest greetings and I wish you all every success in this 149th IPU General Assembly. And we certainly hope that this assembly will contribute to the IPU's long record of success. We all recall what the IPU has achieved in terms of development and in developing ideas, ideologies, and cooperation. Our issue at hand today, which is harnessing technology, science, and innovation for a more sustainable future, is a very relevant issue given the concerns of parliamentarians striving to address the problems facing our modern world. We would like to recall the issues that have been put forward at previous assemblies. We think that this demonstrates the significance of the IPU's work and our focus on a future that is prosperous for all of humanity. We certainly cannot deny the impact of technology on humanity and on development. These technologies can make it possible for all citizens to enjoy a decent life. Today, we can't imagine our lives in the modern world without the benefits of technology and science. In the Kingdom of Morocco, thanks to guidance from our king, long may he live, we have established a strategy on technology and innovation, and we have a Center for Artificial Intelligence. It is true that new technologies can be helpful in taking decisions based on scientific facts. However, the digital divide is still an obstacle for LDCs. Much technological progress does not reach developing countries. Today, all of the benefits from technology, robots, AI, etc., all of this technology is not benefiting developing countries. There are some countries nowadays that are already setting their sights on other planets, while other countries are dealing with day-to-day issues. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we need to think about the problems that result out of this digital divide, because there are countries that cannot attain the SDGs and cannot achieve development. As a result, it's important that we take initiatives to ensure that everybody has the necessary training, and we need to provide support for all countries in order to be able to adopt these new technologies. In this way, we can also tap into the massive potential available in developing countries. Today, we are also talking about the dangers of these new technologies for peace in the world and many of our values, particularly when we see the misinformation campaigns that are widespread on social media. We are also seeing social and cultural values of specific groups being attacked. And this is because of a lack of ethics. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know what the benefits are of technology, science, and innovation. But we're not here at a scientific conference. We're at a parliamentary assembly. And this is a forum for cooperation because we must be accountable to our citizens. Therefore, it is incumbent on us to seize this opportunity in order to have a discussion about this issue and then to send out a global message in order to express our concerns about what the dangers of STI are with regard to their use to cause death and destruction. Therefore, we need to send out a unified message in order to really raise the alarm about the risks of STI. It is important that we speak up in order to call for a use of STI to save the world and make better use of resources. By way of conclusion, Madam President, our role as parliamentarians is to make our populations aware and to establish a culture for STI which is in tune with UN resolutions and in tune with parliamentarians' ethics so that we all might really benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have the floor, Mr. Uch from Cambodia, and then Mr. Cuesta from Ecuador. But first, Cambodia.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The 449th Assembly convened at the critical juncture following the recent gathering of the world leaders at the Summit of the Future in New York last September. We would like to take the opportunity to express our gratitude to the IPU President, Her Excellency Dr. Tulia Axon, and Secretary General, Excellency Martin Changun, for the outstanding representation of the IPU at the above-said summit. There is a lot of hope placed in the outcome of this event, especially when it comes to the reforming of the United Nations and its key body, most notably the UN Security Council. The challenges we face today, such as artificial intelligence, climate change, global warming, and even space exploration and arms races, require innovative and collective solutions. The world community is looking to forums like this for more effective and responsive leadership. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, the adoption of the new IPU Charter of Ethics of Science and Technology, which is an initiative of the Working Group on Science and Technology. This is a clear indication of our commitment towards responsible innovation to benefit all of humanity. This charter was adopted at the 149th Assembly of the IPU, and it seeks to establish a regulatory framework which is comprehensive and based on ethical principles. It is our solemn duty to ensure that the progress we achieve in science and technology be in line with the values that bring us all together as a global community. These values include the following: taking decisions which are based on conclusive and well-informed data, gender equality and participation of young people in science, technology, and innovation, the right to knowledge and to a sustainable environment, international cooperation, and the sharing of good practices between the North and the South, the role of science as a driver for peace and global harmony. As the president of ASEAN in 2022, Cambodia brought together ASEAN countries to publish a joint statement on AI, thus demonstrating our collective commitment to use AI in a responsible way for the progress and sustainability of our region. We appeal to galvanize responsible action in the following areas. Firstly, to establish comprehensive and ethical cooperation frameworks in terms of AI policies which promote democracy, peace, dignity, inclusion, and sustainability. Secondly, to invest in education and training in AI to ensure that our citizens might be able to benefit from technological progress. Thirdly, to create assessment mechanisms and regulation mechanisms on the impact of AI on society and to promote AI applications which directly contribute to achieving the SDGs. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, while we are adopting new technologies, let us not forget old technologies which we have seen in the development of weapons, particularly explosive devices and landmines. According to the UNDP, landmines and unexploded ordnances cause a victim with each hour that passes. This assembly is the ideal opportunity to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Ottawa Convention of 1997 on anti-personnel mine bans. Without reserve, we support the stress of the IPU Committee on Handicap and Armed Conflicts at this Assembly, in line with the objectives of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. There are 164 state parties to this convention to date. Therefore, substantial progress has been achieved. Cambodia has been a party to the convention since 1999, demonstrating the progress achieved. We have already demined 18 of our 25 provinces, and we hope to achieve the status of being free of landmines by 2025. We would like to reaffirm our commitment towards the Anti-Personnel Mine Convention. And to this end, Cambodia is honored to preside over and to host the 5th Review Conference and the Summit of Siem Reap Angkor on a world without landmines from the 24th to 29th of November of this year. We would like to invite all countries to come and attend these events. And in this way, we can reaffirm our collective commitment to humanitarian principles and to the protection of civilians. Let's make this commemoration a catalyst for our efforts towards global disarmament. We urge countries who have not yet joined the convention to do so, and we would like to pull together in order to put an end to the pointless suffering caused by weapons. Together we can build a future free of landmines. By way of conclusion, this 149th IPU General Assembly launches a clear appeal for global parliamentary cooperation on issues of technology and urgent humanitarian concerns. By speaking together and pooling our efforts, we can pave the way towards a fairer, more equitable world, a world where the benefits of innovation are for everybody, thus enriching the life of each and every citizen of all of our countries. Thank you.
Good morning. Now we'll invite Mrs. Cuesta from Ecuador.
Buenos días, señor presidente.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at the 149th Parliamentary Assembly discussing a matter which is of significance to the future. We have to deal with climate change, war, genocide, violence, inequality. Given all of these problems, we have to find sustainable solutions. And we have to ensure that we have peace within our nations and our peoples and for everyone. And we have to find ways of actually ensuring that we make genuine changes to ensure that life improves for our people. We have endured crises in Ecuador, crises to do with inequality, work, immigration, international relations, and rural problems. In 2016, we were one of the safest countries in Latin America. We had 5.83 murders per 100,000 people. That figure has now gone up to 47 murders per 100,000 people. On the 1st of January of this year, the president declared there was a state of emergency given these figures. However, the measure was criticized by the Commission on Human Rights because it was felt that it might generate violence. In May, Human Rights Watch denounced abuse of force by the security forces, which could lead to difficulties in the country. We have had child murders in Ecuador, and this is a situation that is ruining our children's lives and robbing them of their dreams. That is not the only problem. We have another problem of chronic malnutrition. 1 in 5 children under 5 in Ecuador suffers from chronic malnutrition. And nearly 200,000 children from 5 to 17 have dropped out of school. And children endure any number of kinds of violence, and there also is the child labor problem to contend with. Nearly 5 million people in Ecuador live in poverty on less than $3 a day, and some 3 million people live in extreme poverty, that is, with under $1.50 a day to survive on. Many people want to emigrate in order to escape violence, unemployment, and despair. Many of them go to Mexico in order to cross the border with the United States, and hundreds of them have disappeared in trying to cross that border. In the last 9 years, 9,000 children have emigrated alone to the United States. Can you imagine having your children crossing dangerous borders all by themselves? From 2007 to 2017, we were part of international effort to try to find peaceful solutions to conflicts. There were successful conversations with one of the successes was the dialogue in Colombia. But now we find ourselves before the International Court of Justice for what happened in the Mexican embassy in Quito today, where the former Vice President of Ecuador, Jorge Glass, who had sought refuge in the Mexican embassy, was a victim of to an attack. He was hoping to seek refuge in Mexico, and this was entirely in keeping with the Vienna Convention and the Caracas Convention. Former Vice President Glass found himself in a high-security prison for 6 months under intolerable conditions, and this despite the fact that he had a number of health challenges to deal with. And this was dealt with by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the UN Council on Human Rights group on summary on and we do also have to bear in mind that there is a whole problem with violence that needs to be dealt with, and we need to ensure that we take economic and social measures. Artificial intelligence is a way of improving public safety and ensuring social and economic development. There is a need for political will and budgetary support. We, as parliamentarians, have an obligation to ensure that science and technology are used ethically and fairly. In Ecuador, artificial intelligence legislation is recent, and we have legislation on the books or being dealt with now as of this year. We want to seize the tools that are made available to us by science and technology. Artificial intelligence can help us with security, prevent crime, and enhance transparency in a financial system that has a problem of narco-trafficking. We want to work towards democracy, and we want to ensure that science and technology once again become focused on the human. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Señora Cuesta.
Thank you.
Invite Mr. Wawero from Kenya.
Good morning, dear colleagues. And dear colleagues, we all agree that we are squarely in a new world. We are well into the fourth industrial revolution. And if we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, it means then there must have been a first, a second, a third, and now the fourth industrial revolution. And so the question begs, where was Africa when the world was harnessing the power of steam and powering their mechanization? Where was Africa when the world was connecting onto electricity and powering human development? Where was Africa when the world was logging in into the dot-com era and going into the microchips? The question also begs, are we the generation of African legislators who are going to preside over Africa slipping through yet another industrial revolution? And we as Kenya are offering that no, we shall not slip through this fourth industrial revolution. Kenya is widely recognized as a leader in digital innovation in Africa, with success in mobile technology and financial inclusion. The widely recognized mobile service M-Pesa has revolutionized the financial sector, while the adoption of mobile and digital platforms in healthcare, agriculture, and education continues to increase. Kenya's government's focus on AI, cloud computing, and data-driven solutions in the Kenya Digital Master Plan highlights the country's investment in growing digital economy. The Kenya government, and especially the Kenya Parliament, has demonstrated a solid commitment to leveraging on science, technology, and innovation as a core strategy for national development. This commitment is aligned with Kenya's Vision 2030, the country's long-term development blueprint that aims to transform Kenya into a newly industrialized middle-income country by 2030. Kenya is putting out strategies. Kenya is putting out policies. Kenya is putting out legislation and regulations that shall onboard us into this new digital era. This has not come without challenges. Some of the challenges that we have seen as Kenya is that Kenya is facing some capital development problems. These developments need to be resourced. There are policy and regulatory challenges that we are addressing by the policies, regulations, and legislation that I talked about earlier. We are also facing a challenge of climate change and environmental degradation, which we also see as an opportunity to harness the new technology to be able to alleviate some of these problems. Some of the strategies that we have put in place so that we can alleviate some of these challenges include the strengthening of public-private partnerships, strengthening of STI education and skills development, and enhancing digital infrastructure. We are committed that Kenya must establish robust legal and regulatory frameworks to govern the use of artificial intelligence, big data, and other emerging technologies. These would address concerns around data privacy. Kenya is also alive to the fact that as we go into this new world, we are facing the bigger problem of data representation. When we see how the data centers are being set up in the world, we see a big imbalance in how the data centers are being set up more in the Northern Hemisphere than we are seeing them in the Southern Hemisphere. Africa has suffered the tragedy of appropriation of its assets, and we see the opportunity of technology in ensuring that as we go into the new world, Africa is data represented in this new and emerging world of technology. In conclusion, Kenya sees science, technology, and innovation as crucial in promoting a more peaceful and sustainable future, from addressing global challenges such as climate change and food security to fostering economic growth and enhancing governance. STI is a powerful tool for creating inclusive, resilient, and forward-thinking societies. And therefore, parliaments worldwide must collaborate to harness STI for global peace and sustainability. Parliamentary action is critical in creating and enabling environments for innovations to thrive. This includes passing legislation, supporting digital transformation, green technologies, and ethical frameworks for emerging technologies, while fostering partnerships between governments, the private sector, and academia. By working collectively, parliaments can ensure that STI is used to drive global progress towards a more equitable, peaceful, and sustainable future. It is in Kenya that the oldest bones of the humankind have been found, and Kenya is the cradle of humankind. And we see Kenya as a contender to be the cradle for digital transformation in Africa and for the world. We pray that this is the IPU that is discussing how we can harness STI for the future. We pray that you shall support Africa to not slip through another industrial revolution. Finally, I would like to invite everyone to Kenya to set up their data centers, because it is in Kenya where you can find green energy, geothermal energy, solar power, and wind power, and that would be our way of putting this world squarely into the fourth industrial revolution for human progress and for peace in this world. I thank you. My name is John K.J. Kiarie, and in the Kenya Parliament, I chair the Committee for Communication, Information, and Innovation. I thank you.
Many thanks. Maintenant, j'invite.
I would now like to invite my brother Sila of Guinea to take the floor.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Monsieur le Président.
In the name of God, the compassionate and the merciful. Mr. Presiding Officer, distinguished participants, as the representative of a country undergoing political transition, I would like to focus in my statement on our concerns with respect to recovering constitutional order. This is the wish of our people, as well as international organizations. I would like, first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, bring you greetings of the President of the National Transition Council, as well as the highest officials in Guinea. I would also like to stress what good ties we have with the IPU. Just some months ago, the Secretary General came to see us in Guinea, and this visit did make a significant contribution to our legislative work. I'm very proud to be able to tell you today that we have met the challenge of drafting a constitution. We have a draft constitution that was published in July, and it is currently being made available. And this is all part of Guinea's attempt to rejoin sub-regional and regional organizations. And it is also part of our renewed work with the international organizations and the World Bank. Given this situation, we do hope that the IPU is going to be in a position to provide us with support, and this will enable us to ensure that we can draft all of the legislation required in the light of our having a new constitution. We also hope that there will be some capacity building for parliamentarians and parliamentary officials. This is particularly important with respect to dealing with the financial legislation. Ladies and gentlemen, we need more dynamic parliamentary cooperation. This is particularly true when it comes to science, technology, and innovation. This in the interests of a more peaceful and sustainable future, as is stated in the concept note for this debate. Indeed, we do need to ensure that science and technology are dealt with in a democratic and correct fashion. And if they are properly harnessed, they can contribute to peace and sustainable development for everyone. And the IPU can certainly be of great assistance in this regard. Let me guarantee, ladies and gentlemen, that Guinea fully intends to play its part in this vast building site that we have, which is bringing about the transformation of humanity. I would like to conclude in expressing my strong sympathy for the tragedy undergone by the people of Palestine on the West Bank and in Gaza. I would urge that there be greater initiative taken internationally to ensure that this martyred people enjoys peaceful life on its ancestral lands. Long live inter-parliamentary cooperation, and I wish you every success in this 149th Assembly. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
I thank you, Mr. Silla.
Invite to take the floor, R. Verli from Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Swiss delegation to the IPU, I would like, first of all, to thank all of those involved in the preparatory work for this 149th Assembly. It has been a pleasure for us to host you once again in Switzerland, in Geneva. Geneva is indeed the capital of international cooperation in the interests of a peaceful and sustainable world. We welcome this debate on harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. STI are indeed vital for a sustainable future. Switzerland has worldwide recognition for its role in innovation and development. We have research centers in Zurich and elsewhere, and we're doing everywhere to ensure that technology improves people's lives while recognizing human rights. We have a new ambitious project, which is to make Switzerland a world leader in artificial intelligence, looking particularly at ethical issues and transparency. When it comes to AI, we recognize the challenges posed, particularly with respect to data protection. We do believe that these technologies, when they are properly framed, can lead to progress. As has already been said, we are ensuring that innovation is never such that it undermines fundamental rights. As parliamentarians, colleagues, we feel that we have to ensure that all these developments are focused on the human and that these technologies improve democracy. In this respect, we need to see that people can use these new technologies in order to change their jobs. We in Switzerland think that this is particularly important, and we are looking at ongoing and continuing professional training so that people are in a position to ensure that the labor market is such that they can keep up with the times. This is in keeping with SDG 8. To turn to the IPU and its activities now, we do recognize that the charter that we're going to be adopting at the end of this assembly is a very good example of what our organization can do in order to help national parliaments when they legislate in these issues, on these issues. This charter is one that is comparable to the European Convention on Artificial Invention and the recent charter that was signed in Vilnius. And my colleague has already had opportunity to refer to this in the context of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. These rules and conventions hope to ensure that we protect human rights, democracy, and fundamental rights when we use AI. And it is the idea is to ensure that there are rules with respect to transparency, human supervision, and non-discrimination. There is a particular focus on avoiding there being any risk, and there is also an attempt to ensure that there's no malicious use of these technologies. We all have to tackle these issues as parliamentarians. We have to ensure that colleagues use ChatGPT or other similar tools when they prepare their parliamentary statements. We need to ensure that we're, particularly multilingual parliaments like ours in Switzerland, have to see what best use we can make of translation software. But we also need to ensure that we have robust data protection, and we must not become over-dependent on these technologies. This all means that we need to ensure that we have a coordinated and appropriate response to all this, not in order to block innovation, but on the contrary, that actually ensure that we have responsible innovation. Scientific diplomacy is one of our strong points here in Switzerland, be it at the United Nations or here in Geneva with the Geneva with a specific institution, we are doing what we can in this respect. International Geneva is host to some 40 NGOs and ensures that world interests are gathered in a unique ecosystem. We are a lab for international diplomacy, and we are really the place for international cooperation. Given the challenges that we are facing, ladies and gentlemen, we have to ensure that we make sure that fundamental rights are respected when we manage STI. Fundamental rights must not be neglected. As a center for innovation, the IPU has a role to play here. In conclusion, let me remind you that science and technology must be tools that we control in the interest of a fair, sustainable future. We are prepared to share what we have with all other countries so that we can work for peace, prosperity, and widespread well-being for all. Thank you for your attention.
Dankeschön, Herr Verli.
Thank you, Mr. Verli.
Fazer uso do verbo.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Moe from Norway. Mr. Moe from Norway, please, you have the floor.
Speaker, fellow parliamentarians, my name is Ola Borten Moe, and I'm a member of the Norwegian Parliament. I believe in democracy. I believe that almost every one of us works to make our societies better, to improve possibilities for our people and peace on earth. I also believe that there's a value to gather parliamentarians from all around the world to discuss and exchange views on current developments. I would like to give you a short status from Norway. We are grateful to live in a prosperous and largely peaceful corner of the world. But things are changing. We experience full-scale war in Ukraine and in the Middle East. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have received close to 75,000 Ukrainian refugees. That amounts to 1.2% of the entire Norwegian population in 30 months. We will manage. We stand with Ukraine. What happens in the Middle East has, in my opinion, more serious implications for and within the Norwegian society. Anti-Semitism is again rising. We have a small Jewish minority in Norway. They experience harassment and insecurity. Norway's 2 synagogues, there's only 2, are presently guarded by heavy armed police. And when the memorial ceremony after the October 7 terrorist attacks was done, it was interrupted by activists carrying models of Iranian missiles. It is not acceptable. Norway last week increased our terror emergency level to 4 out of a maximum of 5. The Norwegian government is currently considering imposing border control against Sweden and Denmark, borders that have been open for more than 70 years. This happened after terrorist attacks against the Israeli embassies in Copenhagen and Stockholm. Our intelligence services believe these were carried out with support from Iran. There are also links between organized crime in Scandinavia and Iran. This is not the Norway I grew up in, and hopefully not the Norway of the future. I call upon all fellow parliamentarians to support just and secure peace and to destroy terrorism and organized crime. It is not acceptable for any nation to support or promote terrorism and organized crime around the world. It destroys trust among nations and the very fabric of common values that the international community is built upon. And we also have a common responsibility to fight anti-Semitism and to protect our minorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moy. Now we ask Mr. Greyfroy from Belgium to take the floor.
Dear colleagues, in today's rapidly changing environment, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment where the quality of our future depends on how we harness science, technology, and innovation. Thus, today's general debate will focus on how we, as policymakers, can leverage these advancements to create a more peaceful and sustainable future. I'm certain I don't have to tell you that rapid technological progress brings great opportunities, as well as potential risks. As policymakers, it's our task to seize these opportunities with caution and commit to the safe development of science, technology, and innovation, as it will remain a key driver of a more secure and balanced future. Achieving this future requires the triple helix model, where governments, businesses, and knowledge institutions work together to reinforce each other. We are one component in that helix, thus hold great responsibility. How can we contribute to driving the necessary development for the future? And first of all, regulations are key, since they should not form a barrier to innovation. Standing still is going backwards. Innovative technologies should be embraced. It is what provides us with a continuous edge. Thus, the regulatory framework on digital services, artificial intelligence, you name it, should allow for innovative products and services to be brought on the market. Countries can only commit to innovation if the regulatory framework supports it. And from the governance point of view, it is challenging to design regulations that fully anticipate future developments. And this is why we should consider the potential of no regulation zones, spaces where innovators can experiment freely without the burden of overly restrictive frameworks that could stifle creativity. Only by doing this, we can discover more sustainable solutions. Furthermore, everyone has a right to benefit from scientific advancements. The role of Parliament here is to bridge the gap between science and policy and to make informed decisions that are grounded in evidence and to foster dialogue between scientists, researchers, and the public. We need to allow intercommunication. It's crucial that the human element remains at the center of our science, technology, and innovation policies, and that technological progress serves everyone equally. Scientific research is essential, and we need to continue to invest in accessible knowledge, education, and training. Public funds should be invested strategically, and academic institutions need to be made accountable. Wherever possible, we can also align research projects with the Sustainable Development Goals, of course. A level playing field across the world also remains crucial. Our task as members of Parliament is clear. We must bridge the gap between developing and developed countries, between the global north and the global south, and ensure that science, technology, and innovation contributes to more peaceful and prosperous societies. And how can we achieve this? by investing in scientific systems in developing nations, encouraging research and preventing the brain drain which hinders progress. It also entails making science, technology, and innovation inclusive by welcoming more women, young people, and individuals from socioeconomic backgrounds. Yet, let us not ignore the challenges of science, technology, and innovation. Technologies have dual uses, capable of both creation and destruction. There are risks of widening global inequality as well as the regulatory lack, data privacy concerns, misinformation, and technological unemployment. Ensuring that these challenges do not overshadow the potential of science, technology, and innovation is crucial. It's important to have good and progressive infrastructure, as well as reliable data management. Parliament should prepare for and mitigate these potential socio-economic impacts. Overall, I would like to reiterate our crucial role as policymakers play on this issue. Our responsibility is to craft a regulatory framework that encourages innovation and experimentation while ensuring safety and inclusiveness. And we must take steps to ensure that more people benefit from science, technology, and innovation by bridging the current gaps. Science, technology, and innovation involve risks, and we shouldn't ignore them. Instead, we have to factor them in our decision-making process. And by doing so, we can ensure that these developments lead to a more peaceful and sustainable future. Thank you for listening.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Griffith. We take note that Iran asked for the right to reply to Norway. That right to reply will be given in the end of the debate. You will have 2 minutes at the end of the debate for this point of order. Now, having said this, we now ask Mr. Wikaidem, from PARPSEC.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président de...
Madam President, President of the session, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, parliamentarians, the first comments I want to share with you on this 149th Assembly are as follows. I would like to talk about the strategy 2023-2030 for the Francophonie Assembly of Parliamentarians. We bring together parliamentarians who are the legitimate representatives of our peoples. Our strategies are already operational with regard to the two main axes, which is parliamentary diplomacy in the Francophone world and improving legal services for these parliaments. In our new parliamentary diplomacy, our organization is focusing on crises in the Francophone world. Diplomacy lies with the executive powers and governmental organizations. Therefore, parliaments need to complement traditional diplomacy. As representatives of the people, we have a key role to play when it comes to peace-building processes, working with local authorities, and our ability and capacity to overcome antagonism between countries. With regard to countries that have experienced coup d'etat, we would like to support a restoring of order. With regard to countries in conflict, we would like to encourage dialogue. In the Gulak region, for instance, our organization has launched a dialogue process involving representatives of the DRC and Rwanda. This process last July led to a resolution including all members of the organization. There was a high-level mission that's been organized that will soon be going to the regional capitals in order to allow representatives of the Francophone world to seek a solution to this conflict. Our organization last summer also adopted guidelines to better support a political transition. We do not support non-elected parliaments, or we do that given the following conditions: if there is no violence and involvement of the civil society, among other conditions, in order to restore democracy and return to the values of our Francophone community. What we want is to work through mediation and pragmatic processes of dialogue. We defend a holistic approach which looks at the root of problems, including social, economic, political factors. We have always been committed to solidarity and interparliamentarian cooperation. We share technical and legal resources to help our fellow parliaments, and it's in this spirit that we have put together legislative model laws, and we've got legal and technical expertise as well as model legislation for the Francophone world, if it might be useful. These resources come supported with suggested methodology for countries who want this kind of legislation in tune with their specific circumstances and needs. Our model legislation has to do with the Paris Climate Accord. We are currently rolling this out in sub-regional seminars to build capacity among parliamentarians in order for each of our parliamentary assemblies to adopt an ad hoc law in order to adjust and finance climate policies. We are also looking at protection for raising awareness, also looking at gender parity. Other issues are against counterfeit medicines or fighting against plastics pollution, for instance. To come to our topic, which is harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Here, political decisions are very relevant, and I refer to what took place during the health crisis. And our parliamentarians called upon the scientific expertise we can offer during the pandemic, looking at the risks for the community. The stakes are very high in a number of sectors, such as ICT, linked to disinformation, public health, such as bioexistence, and also sustainable development, and finally, social sciences. These are all sectors where AI is very relevant, and here we need parliamentary democracy, and we need to involve the young population as well. We have had close relations with academics, and we have worked together with research institutes on all continents, trying to benefit from their expertise. Our parliaments have ad hoc structures to ensure a continuum for science-based decisions. And we shouldn't forget our parliamentary prerogative, which is to vote on legislation. And of course, to that end, we need to consult with experts. Therefore, it's important that scientific research be taken into consideration in order to ensure that our decisions are well-founded. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Monsieur Valder, de APF. Agora sim.
And now, yes, we call Mr. Buikaiden from PAPSEC. So we had Mr. Valder from APF, and now we have Mr. Buikaiden from PAPSEC.
Sayın Başkan,
Distinguished President, distinguished members of Parliament, distinguished Secretary General, distinguished guests, my name is Yılmaz Büyükaydın. I am a member of the Parliament from the Black Sea region of Turkey. It is a great pleasure for me to be together with you within the scope of this meeting and address you on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation regarding one of the most vital issues of our time. Today, we come together to discuss the role of science, technology, and innovation in shaping a more peaceful and sustainable future. We must recognize that these tools have great potential for positive change, which indeed is very much needed today. It is anticipated that more than $5 trillion will be spent worldwide in 2024 for information technologies. We know that these technologies have a major impact on the development of our countries. Science and technology, when used for right purposes, can provide transformative solutions in the areas such as health, renewable energy, education, and agriculture. However, these improvements are also essential not only for economic growth, but also for social peace and sustainable future. While the progress in areas such as digitalization, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, defense, and advanced health technologies offer new opportunities for humanity, these bring intrinsic potential of creating a more sustainable world. The contribution of science, technology, and innovation to peace is directly linked to the democratization of means of communication and access to information. Digital transformation in the global perspective paves the way for improvement of deeper understanding between peoples, strengthening dialogue between different cultures, and deepening international cooperation. However, the full potential of science, technology, and innovation needs to be considered in conjunction with ethical values, and it should be used for the benefit of entire humanity. In the wrong hands, technological advances can cause unprecedented destruction, whereas in the right hands, they can become important tools for the common good, for peace, justice, and democracy. In this context, I would like to emphasize that the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza remind us the dual nature of science and technology. The war in Ukraine and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza are painful examples as to how science and technology can be used for destructive purposes. As the international community, we have to cooperate in order to use these tools for the benefit of humanity, to increase the welfare of societies, and to establish lasting peace. It is now imperative to strike a delicate balance between promoting innovation and technological advances while addressing ethical and security considerations. In this context, I would like to emphasize once again that we must stand firmly with Ukraine in its struggle for sovereignty and with the Palestinian people in their quest for self-determination. The Black Sea region has great scientific and technological potential. Member states of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization came together within the organization of PABSEC, Parliamentary Assembly of Black Sea Economic Cooperation. They discussed the issues of artificial intelligence, information technologies, and scientific cooperation. They also provided recommendations and submitted to the parliaments. Sustainable progress requires not only technological advances, but also political will and cooperation at national, regional, and global levels. We must ensure that our investments in science and technology are aligned with the principles of peace, equality, and sustainability. Only this way we can bring future generations a more livable and just world, free from the problems of today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now, in the order we have in the list, I now ask Mr. Aye from Myanmar to take the floor. Mr. Aye from Myanmar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, honorable members of Parliament, dear colleagues and friends, good morning. I am Dr. Wimya A, representative of CRPH Myanmar. It is a great honor to address you. This year's theme provides us with a solid platform to review how we can collaborate to achieve our goals. What we envision our future for our country is to have a long-lasting peace and development. Technology has been an integral part to fulfill our vision since the day one of our revolution. Using appropriate technology platforms, we, the committee representing Union Parliament, CRPH, the National Unity Government, NUG, and the resistant forces, including various ethnic nationalities, have been able to amplify our voices, strengthen our institutional development, coordinate relief efforts, and service delivery, enhance coordination among federal, state, and local levels. The military coup in 2021 did not stop Myanmar elected parliamentarians to represent their people and continued as a fully functioning e-parliament. Social media and other digital tools have been so useful in raising awareness about our works, fundraising for humanitarian aids, reporting military gender's human rights violations and abuses. While we utilize technology for peace, the military gender abuses it to consolidate their power and block internet usage to conceal their attacks and atrocities. Since the coup, at least 5,350 civilians have been killed by the military gender. They are killing about 100 civilians every month over the last 6 months. More than 3.3 million people are now displaced, and 18.6 million are in humanitarian need. Nearly 27,400 individuals have been arrested, and the number of arrests were mounting. So, since the military's mandatory force constriction in February 2024, making young people fleeing abroad as they did not want to attack their own people, civilians. It is very clear that the military junta has not demonstrated any positive signs to implement ASEAN's 5-point consensus effectively. The 35th ASEAN Coordinating Council meeting and ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting on 8 October 2024 recommended to ensure the progress on the implementation of 5-point consensus in its entirety with the sole objective of restoring peace, stability, democracy through a Myanmar-led comprehensive political resolution. Gender's proposed election plan in 2025 without respecting the will of the people will not resolve the Myanmar's current crisis.
You do need to stop, please.
The agenda is not legitimate to conduct the election. It lacks participation of key opposition groups.
Mr. Maji,
the NUG and its allies have proposed a comprehensive roadmap, and it prioritizes democracy, human rights, and national unity.
Please,
so finally,
Mr. Maji, your time is over.
3 requests. First one is please continue support. 2 is not to support and
Mr.
give
Maji,
pressure on gender. 3 is to bring justice for our people. We look forward to working with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maji. Now we give the floor to the representative from APA.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Chairperson, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. At the outset, let me express my sincere thanks to the IPU for placing science, technology, and innovation for general debate in the agenda of this assembly. As a matter of fact, let me refer to this very clear and shining fact that if use of science and technology is not associated with ethics, we will have recurrence of similar catastrophic tragedies we are currently witnessing in Gaza and Lebanon. The tragic situation we are experiencing in the region reminds me a Persian proverb that tends to imply placing the knife in the hands of the wrong card. Under these premises, I intend to infuse this implication that science and technology in our today's world is in the hand of the extremist factions that we are experiencing in similar way in the aftermath of the ongoing act of genocide and ethnic cleansing and mass killing of children in Gaza and Lebanon. Discussion on this highly important theme should not take distance from the very subject of the prime importance of the humanity that is genocide currently taking place in Gaza and Lebanon. We should remind ourselves of the catastrophic tragedies of the past 374 days as a mirror image of the war crimes with a death toll about 50,000 innocent people, mostly women and children, including thousands of others who are seriously wounded or whose bodies are still under the rubble of buildings bombarded by the apartheid regime of Israel before the very eyes of international community that has preferred to remain silent in the face of the widespread magnitude of such war crimes in the region. Is it not high time to say enough is enough? Don't you think that the ongoing escalation of tension and continued mass killing of women and children in an alarming prelude for drawing us to another world war? May I ask that the IPU, as the global organization of parliaments with its long-standing history of parliamentary diplomacy, with its crucial mandate to work for maintenance of peace and security, will be able to do anything needed to put an end to this humanitarian crisis in the region. I thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Now we give the floor to Mr. Ashu from PAM.
أصحاب السعادة زملائي الأعزاء السلام عليكم.
Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure for me to participate in this session representing the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Here we are discussing this very important issue about harnessing STI for a more peaceful and sustainable future. I would like to stress some of the areas that we are working on in this Assembly. In recent years, member parliaments of our Assembly have placed a focus on the need to regulate AI in all areas of our activities. Above all, we feel that we need to look at how AI can be a hindrance to democratic processes, and Algeria has suggested having a debate on the use of AI. My colleague, Mr. Akuba, is the rapporteur for AI. We all know very well that cyber threats know no borders. Also, cyber spying is a very serious concern. It can undermine the democratic principles of our societies, and our Parliamentary Assembly has worked in close collaboration with bodies striving to combat terrorism. We have established a research center looking at the use of research and also how one obtains sensitive data. Also in our organization, we've set up an international observatory on AI and communication. This is in San Marino. And the purpose of their work is to identify the potential threats of fake news and also to adopt legislation to deal with these threats. A few weeks ago, we put forward a number of measures so that the digital revolution might bring benefits. And we issued a document to provide some regulation. And we did this dialoguing with partners from civil society. Therefore, we can say that the Mediterranean Parliamentary Assembly would like to issue an appeal. And the speaker is being cut off by the chair.
القوى الديمقراطية وشكرا.
Muito obrigado pela intervenção. Vou agora passar à minha colega.
I will now give the floor to my colleague, but before that I want to thank the Secretariat and President for the possibility to chair this session on behalf of the Speaker of the Parliament of Guinea-Bissau, Mr. Pereira. Thank you.
Señor Casaire de IDLO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure to address you on behalf of the International Development Law Organization and to convey the greetings of our Director General, Jan Beagle, who regrets she cannot be with you today. IDLO is the only global intergovernmental organization devoted exclusively to promoting the rule of law to advance peace and sustainable development. At IDLO, we recognize the transformative potential of technology and innovation in shaping a more just, peaceful, and equitable world. Allow me to share 4 key insights from IDLO's experience. First, digital innovation can help make institutions more efficient, effective, and responsive to the needs of communities. Initiatives such as electronic case management and court information systems can improve procedures and help rebuild trust in governance. Second, technology can empower citizens to claim their rights by making legal resources and support more accessible and affordable through interventions such as mobile courts and translation services. Third, digital technologies can promote transparency and integrity by providing real-time access to information and improving accountability. Open data platforms and e-governance systems enable greater visibility into decision-making processes, ensure fairness, and hold institutions accountable. Fourth, technology can help foster advances in critical sectors like education and health, among others. However, while new technologies offer immense opportunities, they also present significant risks. The digital world remains largely unregulated. The design, development, and deployment of such technologies must be grounded in the rule of law, a human rights-based approach, and an unwavering focus on people's needs. These technologies must empower justice seekers across gender, class, race, and community. To achieve this, clear legal policy frameworks are essential. They should govern the responsible use of technology, promote digital literacy and access, especially for marginalized populations, set guardrails for the unlawful use of technology, and encourage multidisciplinary approaches to data governance. As representatives of the people, parliaments are uniquely positioned to harness technology for the benefit of all, while mitigating its risks. By working together, we can ensure that emerging technologies are used ethically and that fundamental rights are protected. IDLO remains committed to collaborating with states, national parliaments, and partners to strengthen legal frameworks that promote human rights and promote peace in the digital age. I thank you.
Thank you. OMS.
Madam President, distinguished parliamentarians, WHO and the IPU have recently renewed our MOU to further deepen our collaboration. We as humanity face several extraordinary challenges. Progress towards the SDGs is off track. Conflicts, climate change, pandemics, antimicrobial resistance, growing inequity, misinformation, and many more. At the same time, we live in a scientific golden age, when what seemed impossible a few years ago is already now or will soon be a reality. COVID vaccines were developed in a year. We have vaccines for malaria and soon for TB and for diseases which terrified our parents' generation like polio and smallpox. And I can give you other examples from other sectors as well. There are none of the great challenges of our time for which science cannot and must not contribute in helping us solve it. WHO is a science and evidence-centered organization using its scientific and technical expertise and convening authority to support member states to enhance their health, research, innovation ecosystem, to deliver health for all, and support economic growth and national resilience. But scientific advances are increasingly focused in a smaller number of countries, and in those countries in a smaller numbers of hands, and in many countries there is growing mistrust in evidence and science. Our greatest challenge is how we ensure this scientific golden age can be used to address the challenges of our time, and do so in a way that increases equity. This will not happen by a passive trickle-down effect. The decisions you make really matter. The future of our planet and of our humanity will depend on the choices we make. We have the privilege of influence. WHO stands ready to support your parliaments and the IPU to address these challenges. We also need your support, especially for two critical priorities of WHO: the last mile towards the approval of the pandemic agreement and its ratification, and your support for sustainable financings of global health, including the WHO investment round. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stefanuta from Parlamento Europeo.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to speak here on behalf of the European Parliament and of our President, Roberta Metsola. I would like to start by saying that there's way too many people affected by war, affected by hunger, affected by climate change in the world, and we are deeply their allies, your allies. I would like to focus today on the critical role that science and innovation play in shaping a more peaceful and sustainable future. As Vice President of the Parliament, I am aware that these forces can be both drivers for progress, but also of division. It is our responsibility as parliamentarians to ensure that they are used for the common good. In today's world, we are focusing on challenges of an unprecedented scale. None of us can face them by themselves, no matter how rich, no matter how poor. Climate change, resource depletion, conflicts, rise of social inequalities. The environmental crisis we face today is one of the most pressing challenges for the European Union and for the world. And to combat that, we came up with the Green Deal. But that is not meant for us to be better. It is meant for all of us. We need you in it, and we want you in it. Our Horizon Europe program, which fosters research and innovation, is a good example of how the EU is investing in science, technology to secure a greener future. We need green technologies such as renewable energy, energy storage, to reduce our ecological footprint. Yet we must also encourage circular economy, and there's many delegations here who are good at that. We need to work and establish multilateral partnerships on a global scale. I renew my message, we need you just as much as you might need us. We are here to analyze sustainability, but we can fairly say that the environment is key, but it's not only about the environment, it's about the potential of the economy to grow, to get people out of poverty. Let's not forget that artificial intelligence and advancing technologies are reshaping our day-to-day lives. We have an artificial intelligence that affects 40% of the jobs today, but 60% are to be affected in advancing economies. So we do have an item on our hands. The EU has adopted the first comprehensive Artificial Intelligence Act that strikes the balance between innovation, safety, and social balance. The AI holds tremendous potential to improve people's quality of life. It can revolutionize sectors like healthcare, transport, energy. We can have early warning systems that humans cannot detect, especially in preventing wars or alleviating poverty, alleviating hunger. So AI has an important role to promote peace. By using machine data and learning and big data, we can develop a more accurate system of foresight. However, the AI, if it used incorrectly, can harness disinformation. Fake news can lead to an erosion of trust in democratic institutions. And we, as parliamentarians, must care about this. I saw that this institution was created in 1889, over 140 years ago. So that means we have to preserve this even now for the future. How is it possible that today's world is more led by sovereign or dictatorial forces than it used to be 50 years ago, for instance? So in order to advance all these goals, we need to put ethics and human rights together. We need to put technology and the interests of people together. So that's why I promote, and the European Parliament promotes this, that we have a global digital compact for positive outcomes. We are here to be your partners in energy, in food security, and in stopping war. May I just say, in conclusion, that, dear colleagues, it's a moment to reflect on the incredible potential that science and technology have. They are not just tools, they are powerful allies in our quest to create a more powerful and sustainable world. We at the European Parliament are there to foster innovation that not only drives growth, but also protects our planet. So together, let's harness this potential for the greater good. We are your partners. We need you. We need each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coulson for PMNCH.
Your Excellencies, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, as lawmakers, you are tasked daily with navigating a rapidly evolving landscape of scientific advancements and innovative technologies. Each decision you make requires a careful balancing of benefits and trade-offs, as these innovations carry the potential of improving lives, but also introduce unforeseen challenges. It is essential to draw upon diverse perspectives, incorporating the views of scientists, industry leaders, civil society, while remaining mindful of the potential of the adverse effects. In the current technoscience era, where technology is shifting from being a mere tool to becoming an end in itself, the role of democratic institutions is pivotal in ensuring that the progress remains human-centered, protecting the rights and the well-being of all citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. We believe that decision-makers and democratic institutions should not limit their role only to foster technological growth, but guiding it responsibly to ensure that technology does not lead to deepening societal inequalities. As the Director for the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, the world's largest alliance for women, children and adolescent health, I want to highlight the significant contributions that the science and technology and innovation have made in addressing these global challenges, especially in the area of maternal, newborn and child mortality. Advances in vaccine development, such as mRNA vaccines, were instrumental in the global fight against COVID-19 and have revolutionized disease prevention, particularly for children in low-resource income settings. Telemedicine has improved access to sexual and reproductive health services in remote areas by offering consultations, family planning advice, and mental health support. Scientific advancements have also led to new contraceptive methods that have reduced unintended pregnancies for women health in low-resource income settings. Portable ultrasound devices can help in screening pregnancy complications and ensuring timely referrals for high-risk cases and reducing mortality in these settings. However, despite the many benefits of these innovations, there are challenges too, which require equity and ethics to be particularly paid attention. Some suggested actions include, given these challenges, that the parliamentarians must work and make the best use of evidence to further advance the equity divide that is inhibiting the progress between global North and global South countries. Additionally, parliaments can facilitate international cooperation to establish global and regional standards for emerging technologies. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mrs. Piquet-Tahan from Order of Malta.
Madam President, honorable speakers and members of parliament, excellencies, distinguished delegates. The Sovereign Order of Malta thanks the Inter-Parliamentary Union for its important work in advancing parliamentary diplomacy to address the many challenges the world faces and for providing a forum for dialogue amongst parliamentarians and other stakeholders to promote a more peaceful and sustainable future. The theme of this general debate on science, technology and innovation, STI, is indeed timely and crucial in an interconnected and constantly changing world. AI and new technologies have an immense potential for good, such as combating climate change, food insecurity, ensuring access to clean water and healthcare for a sustainable future. However, they also pose significant risks that must be mitigated, especially affecting certain fundamental human rights, such as freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, due to rising misinformation and disinformation. STI ought to be used as an ethical manner to promote democracy, avoid social tensions, and the exacerbation of conflicts and inequalities. Therefore, parliamentarians can and should put in place some legal frameworks to guide technology development and guard against its misuse, guaranteeing equal opportunity so as to bridge the technological gap, leaving no one behind. Madam President, the Sovereign Order of Malta is looking forward to actively participating in the second Parliamentary Conference on Interfaith Dialogue scheduled for next June in Rome, and is currently working closely with the IPU Secretariat. On that matter, allow me to sincerely thank the Secretary General for his leadership and support. In conclusion, the Order of Malta, with its humanitarian diplomacy and action on the ground in 120 countries, appreciates the opportunity to contribute to the debates and engage with parliamentarians on issues of common interest, as we have done before and since our admission as permanent observer to IPU in 2021. I thank you.
Thank you. We're going to start with the second speakers, Mrs. Brookings from New Zealand.
Thank you, and kia ora koutou. My name is Rachel Brooking, and I am from very, very far away from the bottom of the South Island of New Zealand. Now, I've heard many of the speeches, and there's been really important contributions regarding artificial intelligence, energy-hungry artificial intelligence, climate change, the importance of education, and many other matters. I am going to focus on something different, and that is longitudinal studies. Now, why focus on longitudinal studies? It is because they demonstrate the importance of funding science and research to provide evidence for policy decisions. New Zealand has world-leading longitudinal studies. So that is that they follow groups of people over time to examine population trends. They demonstrate how early life experiences impact on later health, well-being and ageing, and the impacts of social determinants such as poverty and the environment. Longitudinal studies get closer than other approaches to answer key policy questions: what, for whom and when, in terms of prevention, early intervention and programs to reduce inequities, support health and well-being and positive ageing. The Dunedin Multidisciplinary Health and Development Study has been going for more than 50 years. It is older than me. It has had more than 1,000 babies, and it is described as one of the most detailed studies of human health and development in the world. There are some examples of findings informing policy, such as the long-term impact of childhood poverty, showing that poverty in early life is associated with poorer health outcomes, even if a person's financial situation improves in later life. There are many other examples. My time is up, but I would like to say that legislators should look at these types of studies and fund them when doing policy developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mohavir from Guyana.
Good morning. No doubt, today's society rotates upon the axis of science and technology and innovation. Almost every conceivable facet of human life is impacted in this regard. Therefore, as one of the most premier decision-making fora, it is incumbent upon parliaments across the globe to harness these concepts for global peace and to advance human progress. The theme of this debate is therefore most opportune. The age of information, communication, and technology has transformed the world into a radically different place with unparalleled benefits. Communication is now instantaneous. Physical work has been made appreciably easier and more efficient. Meetings and engagements of almost every conceivable type have become more virtual than in person. Energy is progressively being produced from renewable and sustainable sources than those that have proven to be environmentally hazardous. Almost every facet of public administration and governance are moving from manual to electronic. Data and paper-driven processes are now digitized and are becoming paperless. Expensive large military hardware are being replaced by sophisticated and technologically controlled drones with greater efficiency and accuracy. Crucial medical procedures are being replaced by non-invasive laser-driven processes with greater clinical success. And I can go on, but I think the point is made. However, human history has taught us that with benefits come burdens, and the challenge before us as parliaments is how to maximize these benefits and minimize the accompanying burdens. For example, we all know that mechanization comes at the expense of labor, with higher unemployment being the inevitable consequence. Perhaps this is the greatest challenge flowing from the increased use of science and technology. As Karl Marx reminds us, labor is not merely a factor of production, but a raison d'etre of production. Therefore, production without labor is a zero-sum game. As we harness the use of science and technology, we have to ensure that we strike that delicate balance, because unrestrained, science and technology can render a predominant portion of the human race redundant. This is already happening in the developed world, where computers and robots are replacing workers by the thousands. Parliaments, therefore, through laws and policies, must create the regulatory framework that will ensure that this delicate balance is maintained. No doubt climate change is upon us. Global warming, rising tides, the increase in hurricanes, tornadoes, and other harsh weather phenomena are no longer matters for conjecture. They are now permanent features of our lives. Therefore, environmental preservation and sustainability are matters of the highest priority if the lives of future generations are to be secured. It is the duty of our generation to ensure that we leave a safe planet for future generations. While it can be argued that science and technology may have led to environmental degradation, which exists today, we cannot undo what is already done. The least we can do is reduce the degradation. We can use the technological opportunities available to protect and preserve what is left. My country, Guyana, 86,000 square miles, is 86% forest. Guyana has the second highest percentage of forest cover on Earth and one of the lowest deforestation rates. Our forest stores 19.5 gigatons of carbon and sequesters more than 153 million tons annually. Even with our newfound natural resource, oil and gas, it will require less than 20% of sequestered carbon to offset our emissions at maximum output. Despite the fact that we have one of the most sustainable forests, we are nevertheless investing heavily in alternative renewable sources such as wind, solar, hydro, and natural gas. Additionally, we are one of the largest sellers of carbon credits on the world market. In this regard, Guyana presents a model for the global community to emulate. Unless we act on these matters swiftly and condignly, then the burdens of science and technology will quickly outstrip their benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Herstad from Noruega.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak in front of delegations from all over the world, representing billions of people. And I know that we, as parliamentarians, can make a difference also when it comes to science, technology, and innovation. But it is a great responsibility and challenge for our parliaments to make legislation that ensures that, for instance, artificial intelligence become useful tools to develop sustainable societies. The technological development goes very fast, and the tech companies must not be given too much power. The country I represent, Norway, is a small country with only 5 to 6 million inhabitants. And since internet and digital information are crossing borders, we have to make legislation and system to combat cyber criminality, fake news, and misuse of personal information together with other countries. Therefore, we look to EU and the European Act to get inspiration, to get our own legislation made. Mrs. President, the world is facing big challenges to give prosperity to everyone. Due to the fact that we don't have endless resources, we have to priority and take the responsibility to make regulation to ensure a sustainable development that gives the most benefit for the people we represent without damaging the environment and the world's water resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Kishi from Japan.
My name is Makiko Kishi, and I'm a member of the House of Councillors in the Japanese Diet. At present, my party has placed the promotion of digital transformation within politics as a policy objective. Our aim is to achieve digital democracy, including civic tech, whereby internet or electronic voting is possible, and citizens are able to participate directly in the administrative and judicial decision-making process. When harnessing science, technology, and innovation, it is important to create a digital society where no one is left behind. This is a society where every single citizen can benefit from digital technology. Parliaments must ensure, in particular, that regions and the elderly are not left by the wayside. In the field of employment also, we must ensure that jobs are not lost as a result of digitalization. We need a policy where all workers, whether they be non-regular workers, freelancers, foreign workers, or workers with disabilities, can all live with a sense of safety and security, and ensure that this policy is translated into practice. In order to achieve this, we need to pay due attention so that a digital divide does not occur, and it is important that we strive towards a harmonious economic development through the use of ICT and AI. With advances in digitalization, we must not neglect the viewpoint of how personal data is protected. Governments and enterprises must therefore consider how information and data are managed. I have personally been involved in the efforts to resolve the issue of handling of personal information under our country's My Number Card system, the individual number card that serves as an optional identity document. When problems with the mismanagement of personal information came to light, the Parliament pointed out the risks to the government and encouraged efforts to build a better system to prevent a recurrence. With regards to AI, whilst there are clearly benefits, many have pointed out the risks associated with generative AI and deep fakes, for example. We must therefore strike the right balance between the use of AI and regulation. I'm sure you will agree with me that as parliamentarians, we must craft AI in such a way that it bolsters the well-being of humankind as a whole. I look forward to discussing the challenges associated with harnessing science, technology, and innovation with fellow parliamentarians from around the world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Mrs. Battistel from France.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen parliamentarians, Secretary General of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. In a context when technical developments are accelerating at an ever faster pace, I am delighted to have this opportunity to make my contribution to this Assembly. And it's crucial that the Assembly has taken the time to look at our contributions and to ask questions and also raise concerns. So-called generative AI, including ChatGPT, is a demonstration of how AI has moved beyond a discussion of experts and entered our daily lives. And it's important that we as parliamentarians address the issue. I would like to address 3 key points. Firstly, I too would like to refer to the risks identified by the Women's Forum of this Assembly and the duty of vigilance incumbent on us. Indeed, we see that the negative impacts of AI tend to impact women more. In addition, AI could increase gender imbalance and make women more invisible. It could also contribute to disinformation and lead to violence against women, particularly in politics. So what should we do? I think that we as parliamentarians, we need to act to better moderate content, and we need to ensure that content can be withdrawn and removed more quickly. And we also need to ensure that women have posts of responsibility in this area. Secondly, I think that as parliamentarians, we need to question the progress of technological progress and its repercussions. By way of example, the French Parliament, dating back to 1980, has a dedicated body, a pioneering body, which involves scientists and technical experts to work together with deputies and senators in order to forge scientific and technical expertise. And this parliamentary delegation has as its mission to inform the Parliament about long-term consequences from a scientific and technological perspective, and to ensure that they can take informed decisions. Also looking at the economic and fiscal ramifications of decisions taken. And my third point, and last but not least, talking about technology means talking about artificial intelligence and the legal and ethical ramifications. I think it's crucial for us as parliamentarians to act in order to provide a framework to ensure an ethical usage of AI. And of course, we need to look at regulation, while at the same time giving free rein when necessary. I think it's very important that we also address the issue of misinformation, malevolent misinformation, and interference in electoral campaigns. The issue of regulation is something that the European regulation on AI published last July addressed, and I think that we should also mention the Framework Convention adopted by the Council of Europe last May. Therefore, it's important to note that technological progress knows no borders. Therefore, it's crucial that multilateral dialogue bodies such as ours engage in joint reflection, and therefore I welcome the resolution that we are discussing together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Raholijaona from Madagascar.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues parlementaires.
Madam President, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to address you this morning to talk about harnessing STI for a peaceful and sustainable future. Scientific and technological progress can be key tools to address global challenges, and this applies in Madagascar as well. There are a number of key points that I think we need to address as follows: sustainability, peace and security, AI and international collaboration. In Madagascar, the majority of our agricultural population continue to work in that sector, and their AI is relevant. In terms of peace and security, AI is also important. Now, because our infrastructure from a technological point of view remain a luxury for much of our population. This remains a challenge for us. In talking about AI, there are divergent views. Some see AI as a positive opportunity for transformation in areas such as health and education. On the other hand, the chair interrupts the speaker.
Time is over.
Sur le point précédé, la grande île malgache possède.
In Madagascar, we have legislation, but this legislation needs to be updated in a pragmatic way. It is therefore necessary to do this, looking ahead towards the future. By way of conclusion, no country can ignore the progress in STI, and my country, Madagascar, the speaker is interrupted by the president.
Surmonter les défis liés dans la pratique. Je vous remercie, mesdames et messieurs.
Thank you. Mrs. Tay from Tonga.
Madam President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dulcie Day, and I am the only elected female member of the Legislative Assembly of the Kingdom of Tonga. And I am honored to join in this important debate to represent the voices of women, girls, and my country. And I am the second to my speaker, and so it will be just 1 minute. Honorable colleagues, as we engage in this critical dialogue of harnessing SDI for a more peaceful and sustainable future, I want to take this opportunity to highlight a significant milestone for Tonga, the introduction of an updated computer crimes bill, which has just undergone its first reading in our Legislative Assembly. And this legislation is an important step forward in safeguarding our digital future, especially as we confront the pressing challenges posed by the misuse of digital AI. In Tonga, SDI has opened up so many doors for women's economic empowerment, enabling them to start businesses, access markets, and gain financial independence. Digital platforms have facilitated mentorship, networking, and collaboration, helping women to thrive in male-dominated fields. By investing in, I'll go down to fellow parliamentarians. By working together, we can ensure that science, technology, and innovation are utilized to their fullest potential, driving not only economic development and prosperity, but also sustainability, social cohesion, and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Señora Núñez de México.
Ms. Núñez from Mexico.
Honorable
Assembly, Mexico is committed to the technological democratization by integrating AI into our legislative systems, including digital transformation. We would like to promote human rights within science in our Constitution, and we do this with a policy based on solidarity so that technological progress might benefit all equally. Our national innovation programs address challenges such as healthcare, access to water, cybersecurity, food security, and thus we incorporate STI into how we address national problems. We want to address the digital divide for vulnerable groups so that no one is left behind. However, all of these examples of progress bring with them challenges, and therefore we need to provide incentives for innovation while at the same time we offer protection in a society which is based on the processing of data. It's very important that we exercise caution. Since 2010, we have legislation on personal data. The key to bridge the digital divide, or that is the key in order to provide a fairer, more democratic society. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you.
De Perú.
Peru, please.
Buen día a todos. Qué frustración y
Good morning, everybody. It is frustrating to see that the use of science, technology, and innovation discovers something new every day to benefit humanity, yet it is being used to cause damage and destruction to human beings in a society that day after day is seeing these consequences negatively affecting our lives. We are seeing a use of weapons in all types of war. No one could possibly justify exchanging a life for just a piece of land. We cannot continue to live with this continuous pain, seeing how so many people are being assassinated at different places around the world. We become accomplices to these assassinations if we don't act. We frequently criticize these in our parliaments, perhaps because our people are not directly impacted, therefore we are not acting enough. STI should serve to help those who govern us, our parliaments, to take intelligent, relevant decisions to benefit all of our peoples. STI should allow us to have the necessary tools to address the underlying problems such as climate change, pollution, and also improving quality of life for all. By way of conclusion, more than ever, education needs to adapt in order to protect adolescents from human pain. We need to have ethical education for all of our young people. We do not want to educate young people to exercise double standards and be hypocritical. We need to protect all of our citizens, impart solidarity, and we cannot tolerate intolerance. Thank you.
Os Boyasi from Turkey.
Değerli katılımcılar, tarih boyunca insanlık
Distinguished guests, throughout history, humanity has made great progress through science, technology, and innovation. These advancements have opened new horizons for humanity, made what once seemed impossible a reality, and made existing tasks easier. Today, there is no doubt that young people are the ones who can best harness the power of science and technology to build a peaceful and sustainable future. However, we must also recognize that young people do not have equal access to opportunities. In some countries, young people are interested in artificial intelligence, blockchain, and space technologies, while other young people are held back by war, terrorism, famine, and economic hardship. What's more, technologies that developed to benefit humanity are unfortunately being used to destroy lives in some regions, as it is the case in Gaza and Lebanon today. Dear participants, can we really hope to build a more peaceful and sustainable world for the future generations if we ignore the tragedy unfolding before our eyes today? Standing before me now are hundreds of young parliamentary colleagues from around the world. I would like to address them in particular. Dear young parliamentaries, just 2 days ago, while we were meeting here, 19-year-old Shaban Ahmed was burned to death in an airstrike on civilians sheltering in tents in the garden of Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital. He was young too. He was a software engineer himself. I bet that he wanted to use science and technology to build a peaceful future. But he was burned to death in front of our eyes. He became a martyr on live TV. Dear parliamentarians, I invite you to raise your voice to stop what is happening in Gaza. We must raise our voices the loudest to stop this genocide so that we do not leave future generations a world of which we are ashamed. Let us oppose the massacre committed by Israel in Gaza. Let us stand in the right side of history, on the side of humanity and peace. Let history remember us not for our silence, but for our courage to stand by the oppressed. Let us not forget that a more peaceful and sustainable future is only possible by building a more just world. Thank you.
O'Neill from Australia.
Good afternoon, delegates. First of all, can I associate myself with the comments about Australia's efforts in science, technology and innovation from Speaker Milton Dick yesterday. But this afternoon I want to talk to where I've just come from, which was a debate in the second committee about how much money our countries are missing out on, estimated by the OECD. So ineffective is the data that we access that we don't know whether it's $100 billion or $240 billion that our countries are missing out on because of multinational profit shifting. We're all impacted and we experience incredible data poverty. We need collectively to move to better technologies for parliaments across the globe to gather the information we need in power asymmetry to give us the opportunity to do what we need to do for our citizens. When information is not shared equitably, when those who would exploit our countries and disadvantage our citizens have more information than we do, we cannot represent them properly. Evidence-based, scientific, informed policy making by parliamentarians is the way to the future. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Señor Carlos Núñez del Parlatino.
Mr. Carlos Núñez from Parlatino.
Estimada Presidenta de la Unidad.
President of the IPU, it is an honor for me to speak to you today in this meeting representing all of our world. It's a critical point in our history. It is a privilege for me to be able to speak to you as a representative of Parlatino and a national representative. And I think it is very opportune that we think about how SDI can be harnessed for a more peaceful and sustainable future. We are experiencing a new technological revolution, and AI is taking a space which is increasing day by day. In addition, AI can be used in health, education, protecting the environment, as well as for providing quality public services. If AI is used well and developed well, it can improve our quality of life. Yet, at the same time, we do need investment in infrastructure and training, as well as in legislation. And if we don't do that, we are going to face a digital divide. Therefore, we're committed to ensure that STI help all of our peoples. And to this end, we've got a model law in Parlatino to enable countries to establish a legislative framework to provide for sustainable development, which is also ethical. Social justice is not just an abstract ideal, but rather it is a political and moral imperative that should guide all of our action, given the economic and social concerns we are facing. And this needs to be our compass as we fight issues such as poverty. This is what we need to do to ensure that every human being have access to the resources they need to live a decent life. We're not just talking about statistics, we're talking about so many people who live without hope. The chair interrupts the speaker. We need to ensure that AI and technology is inclusive for social and economic benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on the delegation of Iran for a 2-minute right of reply from their seat, please. Try again, please.
Yes, it's okay. Shall I?
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most full, in their speech by the representative of Norway, big lies were told against the great country of Iran, which needs reply. First, the heroic 7th of October operation was named a terrorist operation, whereas it was the most minimal and most legitimate response on the part of the Palestinians and Hamas to defend their right to life and defend their land. I would call your attention to 1982 and 1990 General Assembly resolutions. The Norwegians know better than anybody that if crimes by Israel may have been resolved by diplomacy and negotiations, the 30-year-old Oslo Accord would have succeeded. Israel turned a blind eye to all such defective agreements. 2. Islamophobia started from Europe. If today we are witness to demonstrations in European streets against Israel, why should Palestinians pay for the price? Why the price by the crimes by Hitler in Europe should be paid by Palestine? 3. I asked the young Norwegian representative, did you hold a memorial for the 10,000 children martyred in Palestine recently? And also 5,000 innocent women and men who have been martyred recently at the bombardment by the Israeli pilots. Have you held a memorial for them? Mr. Morte, you are the representative of the people of Norway. And in your people, in your streets, people are demonstrated against the crimes by the Zionist regime. And they support Palestinian cause. Please be the representative of your own people, not the representative of the criminal Zionist regime. I ask you, have you condemned the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran? Have you condemned the bombardment of the Iranian consular section in the embassy and also the attacks against thousands in the Pagers explosions? Have you condemned the killing of the Hezbollah leader? Have you condemned to them that now you are displeased with the retaliatory response by Iran? I recommend the young Norwegian MP to be polite in his speech while speak about Iran and the great nation of Iran, and at the same time stand at the right side of history.
Now, young parliamentarians, Nueva Zelanda. Nueva Zelanda.
New Zealand, please.
Ko kahurangi kata aho. Today I will share an Indigenous worldview from New Zealand, a Māori worldview, on these issues of peace and security and justice. Data is often seen as the backbone of the information economy, significantly impacting marginalised groups and Indigenous communities, especially concerning Indigenous data sovereignty. While data is recognised as a powerful resource, we still grapple with its definition and the ethical implications of its collection and use. We must ask whether its collection serves as a force for good, bad, or something in between. There is growing concern about how data is gathered and stored, particularly by social media platforms that often collect information without explicit consent. For Indigenous communities across the world, collective rights are not new. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People emphasises the protection of these rights. They highlight the paradox of excessive data that works against us and insufficient data that benefits us, underscoring the need for Indigenous people to control, access and manage our data. Māori and Indigenous data is a taonga, a treasure, an essential resource for our health and well-being. As we navigate the complexities of the information economy, I urge everyone to advocate for stronger protections for Indigenous data sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you. Señora Costa de México.
Ms. Costa of Mexico has the floor. Good afternoon. World parliamentarians, it is an honor for me to take the floor before you in this debate on harnessing science, technology and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. I would like to talk about the impact of AI on our societies, and particularly what we can do to ensure that it is used for good purposes. We need to have clear rules with respect to AI. There must be transparency on how we use AI and what data we use in order to ensure that we have responsible use of what it has to offer. AI cannot be a lawless territory. We need to have principles laid down, and we parliamentarians have a role to play when it comes to establishing frameworks that mean that AI is people-centered and promotes social justice. We also must bear in mind the risks inherent to AI. It is indeed the case that AI offers great potential. However, there are also many challenges inherent to it, including, of course, job loss. We, as legislators, have to anticipate the adverse effects of AI, and we have to make sure that safeguards are in place. If we are to benefit from AI, we need to ensure that we cooperate around the world. The IPU must set up a standing committee on this issue that would facilitate the exchange of best legislative practices and allow us to work with international organizations. In Mexico, for instance, we in the Chamber of Deputies have worked on the whole question of education in science, technology, and innovation, as well as AI. We also have a grant program in order to ensure that women and young people are guided towards careers in STI and STEM subjects. And in conclusion, let me appeal to world legislators. Let us work together, nationally and internationally. We need to ensure that we have ethical and regulatory frameworks that ensure that AI and other emerging technologies are used with responsibility to the benefit of all of humanity and not just for a few. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Kingdom.
Madam President, honourable young parliamentarians of the world, today we are living at the dawn of a new age of science, technology and innovation. The artificial intelligence revolution, giant leaps forward in space travel where giant mechanical arms capture self-landing rockets, unthinkable breakthroughs in quantum computing, a new world of innovation in biotechnology. All of these developments are powered by the energy of young people, young scientists, young technologists, and young innovators in every country from every continent. Let us celebrate them and their work today at this august assembly. And as for us, we must ask ourselves, as the young legislators and political leaders of this generation, how can we also play our part in this struggle for human progress? Well, it is our duty to create and protect the environment for innovation to thrive, to unleash its benefits for the population of the whole world. And the key to that is freedom. Free peoples, free societies, and free markets drive innovation. Science and technology truly thrives only in conditions of political and social liberty. And while it might seem that totalitarian systems can direct resources through a combination of fear and strength, this is not true progress, but only the illusion of progress. History shows that those systems always fail in the end. So that is why we, the young parliamentarians of the world, must be unafraid to show the way, fighting for the conditions to truly unleash scientific and technological progress, speaking up for free societies based on liberty. And we send our solidarity to those in the front line of that struggle today, the people of Ukraine. From the United Kingdom, thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias a todos. La sesión se ha cerrado.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to adjourn now. We will resume at 2:30 p.m.